Unfinished business. Continue the consideration of adopting a resolution declaring the structures located at 1217 Northwest Cache Road, 2550 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard, and 3134 Northwest Cache to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. Josh.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. 1217 Northwest Cache Road, we did have a request from Mr. Cornish's lawyer to table this property until the second meeting in February, which will be the 25th, as he was unable to make it in today.
Council, Mr. Cornish is here. Or did you still want to table?
Yes,
okay. Okay.
For me, repeat everything you just said.
Yes, sir. We had a request from Mr. Cornish's lawyer to table the property at 1217 Northwest Cache Road to the second meeting in February, which will be the 25th, as the lawyer was unable to make it in today.
So before we do that, we remind me, we wanted to know the plan to get this compliant. Is that right?
That's correct.
We'd made it clear that the owner did not have to bring it up to code, except for the ordinance code. But it had to meet a certain requirement to not be considered dangerous. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And so I appreciate the attorney, but I'm like, I drove by there and there were kids running around on the roof. Is the property safe?
I wouldn't say so.
Counsel, what do you want to do? Ms. Hankins.
If it's so unsafe that there are children on the roof via the fire escape, then that's not very safe, and that concerns me for the welfare and safety of our citizens and young citizens or whatever.
Is one of the problems that we won't give him a building permit so he can put the boards up or whatever he's got to do? Is that one of the problems? Are we in our own way?
No, sir. We haven't had any building permits even applied for this property with Mr. Cornish. We did send a building inspector out there to kind of look at it, take pictures of it. And what he's kind of looking at is he's looking just to try to sell this piece of property.
I've got a question on this. Since Mr. Cornish is here, perhaps he can answer it. I'm curious as to why we have an attorney involved in this as representation. And furthermore, my curiosity goes a little bit further to the fact of it still should be brought into compliance with at least safety, since we're not really requiring anything more than safety. So I don't know what the attorney would have to say, but if it was within the power of the city legally, it wouldn't really make any difference because we still have a safety issue. So maybe he would respond to that.
Come on up, Mr. Cornish.
Can I remove the ladder, which will keep people off the roof? They've already stole all the air conditioners. They stole all the copper. Mm-hmm. The only building I've got that has a for sale or rent sign in front of it is this one, and it's been vandalized 100 times.
Okay, here's the thing. Let me ask you this. Can we not give him a list of what he needs to do for the minimum things he needs to do to be in compliance?
Yes, sir. And it's actually to my knowledge that our building inspector has already done that when he went out there to actually take pictures of the inside of the property as well.
What is it your lawyer's going to tell us?
I'm just trying to keep it off the list.
So we don't want to put it on the list. We just want it compliant. If we give you 30 more days, is a building permit required to do anything on the list?
So the building permit would be required to replace the windows, because we've also talked to Mr. Cornish about
Oh,
putting.
he doesn't have to replace windows. He has to board them up.
Mayor, there's no requirement for him to secure,
Correct.
there's no permit
There's no permit
requirement for
to
him to
secure.
secure and board the property.
Okay.
He doesn't need a permit for
So
that.
can you give him the list of what he has to do to secure the property so we aren't even
Absolutely.
having it here?
Yes, sir.
And then we give him 30 more days to do it. Is that fair enough to you? Okay. Make that motion.
So move.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0.
Mayor, just for the sake of clarity, we're tabling until the second meeting in February? Is that what we're doing?
No, I guess we are tabling it, and we're giving him 30 days to secure the property, and we're going to give him a list of what he needs to do so that this isn't guesswork. All right?
That
Okay.
would be the
Fair
second,
enough for you?
Okay.
that would be the second council meeting in February. That would be
Second council
roughly 30
meeting in
days.
February.
Yeah.
Okay. Clear as mud, right?
Yes.
Okay. That brings up 2550 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard. Josh?
There we go. 2550 Northwest Fort Sill Boulevard. This property was brought to council the same day as the other one. We talked to Mr. Gallegos about this property, and he's tracking that. He's got, needs to fix it up. He has been in contact with an architect and a plumber to sketch up plans for the building, in which he does have plans to fix it up. Oh, and Mr. Gallegos has also applied for a permit for the roofing.
Okay. Okay. Well, let me get this straight. He's applied for a permit to bring it into compliance. Is that right?
Correct.
And so that's going to take him a while. So we need to just issue him this. What action do we need to take, John? Do we just don't do anything? Because he needs his permit so he can bring it into compliance.
So he applied for the permit, but until if this gets taken off the list or it gets put on the dilapidated, then he would be able to get his dilapidated permit. He's applied for one, he just hasn't been.
So, Mayor, here's the kind of dilemma. If we issue a permit now and council puts it on the D&D list, typical permits are good for 180 days. So if we issue that, we potentially have a conflict between the permit that was issued and the decision that the council has made. So that's why we've held off issuing a permit. We are going to bring a code change on the 11th of February, which cleans that up. That's going to empower us to do that. And when council puts it on the D&D list in the future, all open permits will cease.
Okay.
So we're going to clean that up. But as it stands right now, we're not doing it because we don't want to create a conflict.
If
But
we table this for 7 months, can he be issued a permit?
yes.
7 months.
The permit's good for 6 months, and that gives him a month to get it done. Okay?
That's what we're going to ask on a couple of.
Okay, this is in Ward 2. Would you make a motion to table this for second meeting of 7 months from now?
I make the motion for the meeting for 7 months from now.
Second meeting in August.
Second meeting in August.
Second meeting in August to table. Who's seconding that motion? Okay, please vote. Okay, motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 3134 Northwest Cash Road. Josh?
All right, 3134 Northwest Cash Road. The property owner of the Executive Inn has multiple plans that they would like to do, but I have settled on a final plan as of the walkthrough on the January 13th with our building inspectors. The building inspectors were told that they do have several ideas, but no clear plan and no time frame on when to have things.
Is Mr. Dimla here?
Correct, he is.
Can Mr. Dimla come up and tell us what his plan is? That, we tabled it to give him 30 days to come back with the plan, his plan for the property. Is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Dimla, would you like to come up and tell us your plan? I'm sorry. Are these two separate letters of
Separate,
intent?
yes.
Oh, no, I see. They have different prices on them. Does that
Yes.
matter?
Two different people.
Okay. Okay, so you have two letters of intent on this property. So does that mean your intent is to sell?
Yes, of course, it's on a sale since we closed it.
Okay, of course, our problem is we need to know that it's safe. And that's the whole issue for us is it safe? And can we give him a list of what we want so that this isn't being considered for D&D? Am I wrong? It's a matter of safety, right?
We absolutely can.
Okay. So, just direct staff to give him a written list of what he needs to do to get this safe and not considered for D&D. And is 30 days good to do that? We'll give you 30 days and we'll see you in 30 days. How's that? Okay?
Thank you.
Now, can somebody make that motion? That's in Ward 3.
Mayor, Council, I move that we give him a written list to make public safety on the property in 30 days to do that.
I'll second it.
Please vote.
Thank you.
I need one more vote.
Oh, sorry.
Motion carries. Okay, I think we got everything on item number 1, didn't we? Brings up business item number 2. Thank you, guys.
They said,
I think somebody over there has a question.
You want to speak about, we already held the public hearing last time. Did we not hold the public hearing?
no, we didn't.
Which address are they?
Are you talking about the Cash Road property? Well, come on up and tell us what you got to tell us.
So I've lived directly behind the Executive Inn for a little over 20 years. It's gotten progressively worse. At this point, there's homeless people coming in and out of there all times of the day. The back of it's completely unsecured. The fence keeps getting ripped down by the homeless people coming through. It's been basically just torture to us as neighbors. You know, like when it snows, you guys look out in your backyard and you see nice snow. We see footprints, things like that. They break my fence, I fix the fence. They break the fence, I fix the fence. If you look back there right now, there's doors open. Across the back, there's about 4 doors, wide open. Unsecured. The paneling up top's falling in. There's 3 or 4 huge pieces that have fallen down. I would say that's a safety concern. I can look out my back door at night and see people walking around with flashlights. Walk out on a Saturday, see somebody walking out, like they've stayed the night there. It's terrible.
Tell me your name and address.
Mark Lynn, 3123 Northwest Kenyon. I am
So
directly
you live
behind
right
it.
behind the property,
Directly.
just to the south,
No, directly behind, yes.
and your property backs up to it.
Yes.
But you said people go through the fence. Does that mean they're going through your yard?
Yeah. They don't jump the fence anymore. They used to. Now they pull boards off of the fence. So
They
if
pull
you
the
look back there,
boards
you see
off of your backyard fence?
the fence in between my property and the executive end, they're ripping boards out. I've had to fence off the alley. I've had to fence off the ditch. I paid the money for the permits, money out of my own pocket for the fence. They've come through there and ripped that fence down. I put it back up.
Okay, hold on just a minute. John, the definition is secure
It is unsecure.
means the homeless people aren't going to be able to break in?
It's wide open.
Is city managers or something we can do about increased police presence there?
We could also potentially, I could use emergency abatement authority to secure the area if the owner won't.
I'd like to add too, he put a fence around it, which in the beginning when they first closed it was great, but it's been cut. I mean, there's 5 or 6 huge areas where people are they're just going in and out of there. There's people still living in there, even though it's closed. I've called in police several times, called in a lady starting a fire back there.
Okay.
I stopped calling the cops.
Okay, I think we get the picture. Would y'all come up here and give us your name and address and tell us what you have to say?
Yeah, I'm Margaret Gray. My husband Roger and I have owned the property at 3125, which is directly behind Northwest Kenyon, for 25 years. We've seen this hotel come and go with different owners, and it never gets better. We've had gunshots. My son was in the backyard one night, and there were people back there with having a party and firing a gun. One came down and just missed him by feet, just shooting in the air. As Mark said, the fence, I mean, it's been secured, but people just walk in and out. They come from that property through our yards out to Kenyon. They walk through. I'm totally fenced in, but they climb the fences.
They're also going from the roadway in,
Yeah.
into there, and then through to Casey's, Eastgate, whatever you want to call it. It's a highway.
Yeah, they do. I mean, it's just a pathway.
Are they coming through your yard?
Yeah. Yeah, they come from the hotel, over the fence,
And do
over
you
my
live at a
fence.
different address? or-
Next house down.
So we're
And
three in
they're
a
coming
row.
through your yard too?
Yeah, we're all three right behind the hotel.
Okay. Even if we put this on the D&D, then he has 45 days instead of 30, okay? So we've given him 30 days, and it comes back. So I don't think putting it on the D&D is going to solve your problem. Now, the city manager has the power to increase the police presence and the checking there. And if it's a situation where it fits the description of emergency, he can declare it emergency, and the fire marshal can declare it emergency if it fits his description, and those are definitions of law. And so I don't know that we could, thank you for coming. We did, by the way, we weren't ignoring you. We had the public hearing on this a month ago, okay? So I really feel like, tell me if I'm wrong, but I feel like we've done the most we can do unless it fits the definition of emergency. Am I right?
That's correct, Mayor, but we can increase the police presence in the
Okay.
area. I think we can do that.
All right, and Ms. Chapman.
On the fence that is around the hotel, is it down in the back?
Chain link?
Yes,
It's been
They're
cut.
they're
I
chained.
have pictures. I can show you.
yes.
where it is.
Part of it on the roof,
Yeah.
the building has fallen down.
Okay.
I mean, there's homeless people. I have a 5-year-old child. I've been there in that house, 3121, for 45 years. It was my grandparents' house, my dad's house, not mine. So now it's gotten to the point where it used to be the Holiday Inn. It used to be a nice place to be. But now there's, I've had people dropping bags of pills over into my backyard. So I've had to call the cops on that. I'm catching people having sex in the alley. For my 5-year-old to come outside and see that, that is unsafe. That is not good. That's not acceptable.
We agree, and I'm going to tell you, I think this council wants to, well, not that we're going to take a vote on it, but I'm going to promise you, we're going to get this taken care of.
Mayor?
Now, I
had a
think,
question.
hold on just a minute. What do you want to say?
I was just going to say, if there's no utilities or water going to the structure, then if we have people there that's uninhabitable, I think we can go in and remove those folks too. They cannot live in a structure that's uninhabitable. It's a life safety issue, obviously, with some of these issues with pills and some things. It's evidently a nuisance. We could there are some action we could take, definitely.
Okay, Ms. Hankins was next. You have to turn your mic off for her to turn on.
Mr. Mayor and the council, I have had discussions. Ms. Chapman has this in her ward now. It was in my ward, so that's been quite a while ago. And these people have suffered horribly by that hotel and what goes on behind them. So I'm pretty passionate about what they're saying, and I hate to see, really bothered me to see them have to live in that environment. So I just want to document that.
Okay,
Can I
Councilman.
say one more thing?
Hold on just a minute,
Okay.
Councilman.
So whenever we say we can go get them out, but what's going to stop them from coming back? Because they're resilient. And whenever you talked about emergency.
Well, if we can get the owner's cooperation and have him fill out the trespassing pre-authorization form, we can get him out and keep him out. So, but that's going to take his cooperation in doing that.
Okay,
Would
I'd
you-
like for somebody to bring that authorization form and get it signed now. Ms.
Absolutely.
Chapman?
I hope the owner is listening to these citizens and their concerns and their safety. And I think that we're giving you an extension of time that right now I'm not feeling really good about that is deserving right now. You need to take your property that you own and get it in shape so these people feel safe.
Absolutely.
I don't think we can enforce 24/7. We have limits of what we can do. We can't enforce 24/7 security. But we can use the full extent of the law that we have. And you probably need to get the city manager's direct line and be ready to call him if you're not getting the proper response out of the police department or fire department if they get involved. And we're going to get this straight. And that is true. That is true. Even if the property changes, we won't let up just because the property changes hands. Okay, our job is to get that property secure. And sometimes things sets empty, but people still have to keep it secure. Property owners, and I own a lot of property, are responsible for their property. And that's the way it has to be, okay? And I think the city manager's getting used to it. Mr. Dimla, and he's a businessman here in town. I also know that sometimes you own property and you don't visit it every day. Things happen there that you don't realize. And I'm pretty sure Mr. Dimla will be on top of this. But if he's not, you've got the city manager's phone number. Sure. Yeah.
And basically, he basically said there was nothing he could do. It just is what it was. And I talked to his maintenance guy who told me he carried a gun because he was afraid of the people that were staying there. That was when it was open.
Okay, thank you for letting us know that. I have an idea things are going to be different. Okay? Thank you. Thank you all for coming.
One quick thing, the police have been really good about responding. I always appreciate it. They come
Thank you.
fast. They take care of it, but it just doesn't take care of it because as soon as they leave, they walk back in.
Now, I'm going to tell you, we have a kids first initiative, and we're going to make neighborhoods safe for kids. We can't do it overnight, but we directed the city manager to clean up the neighborhoods in 1 year. So we are going to be on top of this, okay?
Okay,
Right.
it's not real good for property values either, quite frankly.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, now we're on business item 2. Hold a public hearing and adopt a resolution declaring the structure and all secondary structures on the property located at 209 Southwest I Avenue, 211 Southwest I Avenue, 213 Southwest I Avenue, 415 Southwest Jefferson Avenue, secondary structure, 808 Southwest 3rd Street, 810 Southwest 3rd Street, 812 Southwest 3rd Street, 1008 Southwest Roosevelt Avenue, a little quieter, guys, 1505 Southwest Sheridan Road, 1608 Southwest Douglas Avenue, 1609 Southwest Douglas Avenue, 1722 Northwest Cache Road. We're going to strike 1811 Southwest 6th Street. We're also going to deal with 1831 Northwest Cache Road, 1902 West Gore Boulevard, 2402 Southwest Lee Boulevard, to be dilapidated pursuant to Section 651 Lawton City Code, ordering the owner to abate the nuisance, authorizing summary abatement, and authorizing the city attorney to commence legal action in district court to abate the nuisance. Josh.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. 209 Southwest I Avenue, no water account since 2018 with a fire date of November 15, 2023. Posted on the property January 15, 2025. Any questions?
Seeing no questions, I'll open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on 209 Southwest I, please come forward at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Josh. Oh, council, excuse me. I got too much on my mind.
Yeah, Mayor. Thank you. This particular property and probably a few that are neighboring it have been a big nuisance.
Are you coming forward to speak on this property? 209 Southwest I?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'm going to reopen the public hearing to accommodate this gentleman. Please come forward. And we'll need your name and address, sir.
My name is Tim Morris.
Thank you.
I live at 2325 Southwest Pennsylvania. This property that you're speaking of, it belonged to Mr. William Clark. He passed away in August, and I'm the executor over the estate now. It's all the property is still in probate, and it's supposed to be up next month.
Until at least the
So,
probate's taken care of.
okay, so this property is in probate.
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, I'll tell you what I think we need to do, because it's important that our city attorney get involved, because this is a safety issue. And so let's table this for 30 days and give the city attorney time to work through it and see what we need to be doing.
He could probably check it right now,
Okay.
Mayor.
What's the last name of the deceased again?
Clark.
C-L-A-R-K?
Yes, sir.
And first name?
It's William.
Middle name? It's just a common name, so if you don't have it, it's not a big deal. I'll look at the probate.
I know it, but my brain ain't working.
Sorry, you're
I
all right.
believe it starts with a G.
Yeah, William G.
Is it here in Comanche County?
Yes, sir.
The probate, okay. William Gerald Clark. All they are at is distributional letters, testamentary, and they're a proof of publication. So they've admitted the will. Proof of publication was in December, so it is still ongoing. So I would say, do you know how sorry, I forgot to do this. Do you know how far the process is along as far as, they don't put everything on OSCN? Are they just getting all the numbers together? Is that kind of where they're at this point?
We're in the last stage of.
Last stage. How long do you think it's going to take to finalize probation? Or probate? Probate.
I don't know, 30, 60 days, I think. I just like the council to know too, I've served eviction notices on the people that's there, you know, because they've been stealing water and all that stuff, you know. I've been trying to stay on top of this as much as I can. But,
Did you say they're stealing water?
yes, sir. I've had city water department out there 4 or 5 times on the same guy.
And we may have a criminal case. I don't have a way to pull that up here, but
Okay. So what do we need to
I have a
do?
question, Mayor.
Yes.
Yeah, is this one of the, is this particular house, one of the houses that caught fire?
One of the 3.
So this house, this particular house we're dealing with now has been on fire. How many times has it been been caught fire?
One that I know of on this one.
3.
I know there's been like 3 or 4 fires over there in this one area, right?
Yeah, they set 808 on fire 3 times, and after I served eviction notices, this one little house that's behind the main house, just outside the back door, it don't really have an address, you know, but it was occupied, and the guy moved out. Next, as soon as he moves out, the house is torched.
Yeah, this particular, this whole, I mean, these are all in the exact same area, and there are always a lot of encampment, homeless encamped back there. They're putting their trash on other people's properties, and I mean, it's got fired numerous times. This has really been
Yes,
a
sir.
very, very bad problem for all the people that live in that area.
I agree. I agree. I've tried to keep it cleaned
Well,
up, you know, but
yeah,
it is.
It's a big job, but Mayor, Council, my situation here is these particular properties, just to give a little history, these particular property, when Mr. Williams was alive, Bill was alive, when I don't know his name. Anyways, when he was alive, he decided that he was going to sell these on a FEMA deal because that's right in the floodplain. So we had it on D&D, we pulled it off D&D to be sold, and this has been, how many years has this been? These are people that live in the area. And then since that period, it is like fire after fire after fire after fire in this area. Most of the time, I go out there because I'm just, it's just it's a very, very dangerous situation, I think, that's over there right now. And I understand that it's in probate, but it certainly would be good for that area. And I've tore down a lot of houses in this particular area, but these particular houses have just been a big nuisance, and it's a much larger area behind the houses that are there. And there are I mean, it's a huge encampment back there.
Are you telling us these didn't make the FEMA grant that we applied for?
When Bill died, then they came back to.
Yeah, they backed out.
Was that who moved in the house after he passed away? Did you move in the house? Somebody moved in the house, right?
No.
His house. Did no one move in his house?
Nobody's lived in the house since Bill died because it's been in probate.
Okay. Well,
People have moved in, but they weren't allowed, supposed to be there.
They were breaking in is what they was doing.
yeah, but people have been occupying this property that should not be occupying the property. It's just very, very unsafe. There's trash all over the place. There's fire after fire after fire. So
Okay, it seems to me that whether they're in probate or not, they're unsafe.
it is very
Why
unsafe.
do we
over
not
there.
have the authority to go ahead and put them on the D&D? Why do we not have the authority to go ahead and tear them down?
we have the authority to put them on the D&D. Just my recommendation typically is not to interrupt or get involved in a county legal matter.
Okay,
you
but they're
absolutely
still
can put them on the
unsafe.
D&D. Yes, they are still unsafe.
Now, the notice, I'll just add, I mean, notwithstanding the city attorney's concern, the notice does cover instances just like this. Like it puts future owners, it puts future court proceedings on notice through the publication and the notice that's posted on the door. So while I understand his concern, there's no legal reason we can't move forward.
Councilman, what do you want to do?
Well, I'm pretty sure.
Don't make your motion yet. We haven't.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure at this point that the amount of money it would take to try to rehab these is just enormous. And I see no other path forward except to D&D these properties.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Now, what do you want to do, Councilman? Make a motion.
Did you guys want to say anything?
Do you guys want to speak on this property? Come on down if you do. Open the public hearing back up.
Yeah, nobody knows more about this property than Bonnie Blackburn.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Yeah, we're at the Matty Mill Neighborhood Watch, and there's, these property's been a big eyesore forever. And what's going on is they're all squatters on that property. There's well, you should know, you live there, but it's a lot of drug activity, a lot of foot traffic back and forth between drug houses, but they've set this thing on fire. It's been like 3 times in the last less than a year, so it's just not a safe property, and there's no way to get all this.
Okay, I need you to
Compliant.
tell us your name and address.
Bonnie Blackburn, 407 Southwest I
All
Avenue.
right. And you want this property dealt with? is your point, right?
Absolutely.
Okay,
It's
let's
a-
get this gentleman. I need your name and address, please.
My name is Alan Ferris, and I live at 908 Southwest 3rd Street. And so we've got a couple of places there. The traffic goes back and forth. People have never bothered me, never harmed me, never stolen from me, but the police have been down there numerous times. I mean, I had asked one time if we could get a list of how many times the police have been called down to what we call Bill's Corner in a 30 or 60-day period. I've never received that information, but almost every other day, sitting down there because they're stealing water,
Breaking in.
fire department down there because a building is on fire, and it's just a very difficult situation.
Yeah.
You'd like to see these properties dealt with?
I would like to see them dealt
Okay, and sir, would you come up to the mic, please, and give us your name and address?
My name is Richard Harding, and I stay at 211 Southwest I Avenue. Well, I mean, I understand with all the stuff with the homeless people, and that's what's causing all this problem, is all the homeless coming in and out. The other houses that are burnt down, yeah, they need to be tore down, but FEMA was supposed to buy them from my uncle. Now, I don't know when he is supposed to, if he even gets these places, because when Monday or tomorrow comes, I'm going to talk to a detective about some stuff on the will that ain't right, so whatever happens from there happens, but
So you'd like
211 is
to
livable.
see these properties dealt with, right?
Yeah, dealt with in a manner, but not all of them being tore down.
All
Because
right.
there's still houses that are livable. The city's got it on the list of them, so they'll already be bulldozed, and nobody can get water turned on. So that's what the problem is with the water. And then they tell my uncle that we're in a flood zone and all kinds of other stuff. So, I mean, I don't know which excuse it is, but I've heard 5 different excuses, and now it's down to just it's being an eyesore.
All right.
They've done surveillance. They haven't busted nobody in any of the houses for any drug activity or anything like that, besides the stolen water.
I got it. Thank you,
So,
sir. Thank you for coming. Yes, ma'am. Give us your name and address, please.
My name is Laura Lowe, and I live at 808 Southwest 3rd. Just like Richard there, I'm being evicted because of a supposed arrangement that's being made between the city and Mr. Morris, who claims to be the executor of Bill's will. I'm a part owner. I had a contract for deed, and I have no idea where I'm supposed to go. But with this paperwork, I've just all of a sudden got a notice on my door saying that I had to leave, not because I'm behind on rent or payments or anything, but because he wants us out,
Okay,
because he wants everybody out. I don't
concerning
understand.
this property.
I'm at 808, and
Okay, you're at what?
at 808 Southwest.
Is it
3rd.
on the list?
It is
Okay,
on
that's-
it is on
Oh,
the
it
agenda.
I'm sorry, it is.
It is on the agenda.
Right here, but you're not at that property.
Okay.
Early.
And
Okay.
that
it's-
property has not been on fire once in over a year, because I've lived there for over a year, and that property has not burned once. The property behind it burned once, the property at 812 and a half, 3rd Street,
Okay.
that one
Why
burnt.
don't you have a seat, because your property's coming up in a minute. Now, is anyone else wants to come and speak on this property? I'm closing the public hearing. Councilman, what do you want to do?
in light of the fact that this particular property is burned, I cannot see how it's going to be rebuilt, and anybody in that area would have the money. I move to approve the resolution declaring the structure on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Bringing up 211 Southwest I Avenue. Josh.
211 Southwest I Avenue, no water account found on this property. This property does have the same owner as 209. Posted on the property January 15th, 2025. Any questions?
Don't we, City Manager, don't we have some rules on where you can film from?
We do, Mayor.
Can we enforce those rules in the auditorium, please?
We can.
Okay. Council, do you have any questions before I open the public hearing? Okay, at this time, I open the public hearing on 211 Southwest I Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Okay, and you'll need to tell us your name and address again.
My name is Richard Harding, and I stay at 211 Southwest I Avenue. And the problem is with the water is my water was hooked to bills when the houses were first built, and so it should be grandfathered in. And that's all I can say about the water, and I don't have a problem
Okay, you live
getting
in
water.
this house?
Yes, sir, I live
And you are a tenant, is
Yes.
that right?
I have had no tickets for anything about cleanup at my yard.
Okay, and you have no
anything.
water account?
Right now, we don't because the city of Lawton has turned the water off on everybody, won't let nobody have water because it's on the list to be bulldozed. And how that is, I don't know, but it ain't right.
What do we know about that, City Manager?
Well, if the property's on the D&D list, we're not gonna open a water account because
Okay, well, it's not on the...
It's never had a water
yet.
account. Ever. It's been always hooked to bills.
He said that they found no water account. Is that what you said, Josh?
Correct. I believe what he's trying to say is that this house was running off of 812 Southwest 3rd Street's water. I don't know how they were connected. I don't know anything on that part. But correct, this one has never had a water account.
Okay, thank you for coming. Is there anybody else that wants to come and speak on this address? Okay, I'm going to close.
Sir, this here is part of,
I understand.
every one of these places here has got separate meter boxes.
Okay.
There's only one other little bit house, and that's right behind Bill's house.
Property right now.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property dilapidated public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Please vote. I need one more vote. A motion carries 7-0, bringing up 213 Southwest I Avenue. Josh?
213 Southwest I Avenue, no water account on this property since 2012. Once again, this one is another one owned by the same as the 209 and 211.
Okay, I open the public hearing on 213 Southwest I Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Okay, sir, and we need your name and address again.
My name is Richard Harding. I stay 211 Southwest I Avenue, and there's nothing wrong with 213 besides it not being able to be hooked up to the water because y'all got it on a thing, and it was hooked to bills at one time.
Okay.
And still is.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize abatement thereof set forth in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-0, bringing up 415 Southwest Jefferson Avenue secondary structure. Josh?
415 Southwest Jefferson Avenue is a secondary structure, no active water account on the main structure on the property.
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak on 415 Southwest Jefferson Avenue secondary structure, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am, and we'll need your name and address, please.
Patsy Catlett, 415 Southwest Jefferson. I live in the house in front of that, and this is a house that's on my property, and I just use it for storage. I'm scared. And I don't have the money to have it torn down. And I'm 75 years old and I can't do it myself. But I don't know what y'all do. I don't know what I'm doing.
You say you do not have the money to have it torn down?
Do what? I don't have the money, no. I live on a fixed income.
Yeah. So, you know, the challenge is it's a safety issue for us. Are homeless getting into this or what?
No, no. They've got in there and took stuff, but nobody's lived in it.
Is it possible, John, to get this in compliance? Ma'am, here's probably what's going to happen. Probably what's going to happen is the council's probably going to put it on the D&D, and then you have 30 business days, which is 45 days roughly, to get a permit to do the work that they tell you is the minimum amount necessary to get it off of the D&D, okay?
Okay. It
And
ain't
then
too
if the
long ago
works-
that I put a new roof on there, but looks like it's just,
Okay, well, without us getting into the details, ma'am, that's probably the way it's going to go. And then if you don't do the work to get it out of the D&D, then the city would tear your house down, that secondary structure down, and put a lien on your property for the amount that it cost us.
just that part or the
Yes.
whole property?
No, we're not, there, the front house, the one you're living is not in this. Is that correct, Josh? Just as this, the secondary structure, ma'am.
And what would I have to pay to get it tore down?
It's probably going to cost $3,000 would be a guess.
It would vary by contractor.
Vary by contractor, but I'm going to tell you what I see is $4,000. But this is a pretty small house. Might be a little less, but it could be easily be $4,000 or more.
Oh, I don't have the
And then that would go on your property as a lien, ma'am.
What's that?
Okay.
Just that part?
Our challenge is safety, ma'am.
I don't care if y'all tear it down, but I just don't have the money to pay for it, is what I'm trying to say.
I understand, and
And I
it's
can't do it
it's
myself.
kind of a dilemma for all of us because our job is public safety, and property owners have to be
Set a
responsible.
fire in there or anything. Just go in there and steal my goodies. Is all
Jo-
I've had.
Josh or John, what has to happen to get this property? Is it a lot? Can your church help you, ma'am?
I don't have a church.
It looks like exterior roof damage. We need to get the boarding and securing done. If she plans on putting in new windows, she's more than welcome to, but it does look like the roof itself is actually sagging in places where it looks like it is loose.
So I
Okay.
just need to get the roof
Okay, is there
fixed.
anybody else that wants to come and speak on this item? Okay, I'm closing the public hearing. Councilwoman.
Can we table this until, for 30 days?
Okay, we're going to table this for 30 days to give the opportunity for our neighborhood services to work with you on a plan. I encourage you to get a hold of a church, your family, or anybody to help you bring it into the minimum compliance level. I need a second on the motion. We have a second. Please vote. We'll need one more vote. Mr. Gill?
Yes. Sorry. I can address that, but I don't know if I should. How I can say it.
Motion carries. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, and we're going to bring up 808 Southwest 3rd Street. Josh?
Give me just a second, waiting for the slides up there. Okay, 808 Southwest 3rd Street. No active water account since 2023. They do have a fire date of June 13th, 2024. Posted on property January 15th, 2025. Any questions?
Okay, I'm going to open the public hearing on 808 Southwest 3rd Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, ma'am. Name and address,
Again,
please.
Laura Lowe at 808 Southwest 3rd, this house. I got a notice before about all the debris and everything outside, so I started redoing my house inside. My water was running off of bills just like everybody else's. Bill got like a $300 a month water bill from everybody. So I don't know how they hooked it up. I moved in and it was already like that. But since being the posting being listed, and since these pictures were taken, the city's already been out, taken everything out of the yard. Everything's been removed. So I can't get water. The whole issue is that I don't have water on, but I can't get water on because it's flagged to be put on the D&D list. You can't get water on when it's on the table or whatever. It's what the lady told me on the phone. So I can't even get water on to get it rectified. The property has been rectified. Everything's been situated since then. There's no more of the debris and everything outside or the construction stuff from what I was doing inside.
Who removed all the stuff out of the yard?
The city came with a
Okay,
backhoe and everything.
So the pictures are not accurate?
No, they're not accurate.
You guys did an emergency order and removed everything. Is that correct?
We had a work order on the property to remove the debris, and we got the debris removed after we had posted on the property.
You got it removed after you posted?
Correct.
Okay.
But we already sent letters.
So does the property, since you removed the debris, does the property still qualify to be D&D?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, thank you, ma'am. What do you want to say? Anyone need your name and address?
My name is Richard Harding, and I stay at 211 Southwest I Avenue. If I ain't mistaken, the fire was just in the backyard. And like she said, the problem is no one can get water because y'all have got it already to be bulldozed and it hasn't been brought up. And there's nothing wrong with that house being livable, just with the water. And they've come out twice to do a cleanup. First time, they only done half of it. The guy was supposed to send them back and never did. They sent them out again here about a couple of weeks ago to do another cleanup. Okay. So, my uncle got charged twice for cleanups that didn't even get done right the first time.
Okay, is there anybody else that'd like to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. This is Ward 5. Councilman, what do you want?
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I think this is part of the same property there. I move to approve the resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as forth in the resolution.
We have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? We do have a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-0. Was that 808 Southwest 3rd?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we're on 810 Southwest 3rd Street. Josh.
(810) Southwest 3rd Street. Inactive water account since 2023. Fire date of December 13, 2023, December 6, 2024, as well as January 1st of 2025. This property has the same owner as the other properties on I and 3rd Street. Post on the property January 15, 2025. Any questions?
I will open the public hearing on 810 Southwest 3rd Street. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Okay, sir, we'll need your name and address again.
I'm Richard Harding at 211 Southwest I Avenue. I agree it does need to be tore down, and it is eyesore and all that other good stuff. But my uncle, he had a thing for helping the homeless and letting people stay when they didn't have nowhere to go. So that's why a lot of this stuff is the way it is.
Okay, thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to come forward on this item? I'm going to need your name and address.
Tim Morris, 2325 Southwest Pennsylvania. What I'd like to know, if you're going to tear all these down, is there any way possible that I can tear them down? Because my boss has got the same equipment as the city does, and I can call him.
John, how does that work if he goes in and tears them down himself?
So what he would need to do is he would need to come to the building division, get his contractor's license, be registered with the city of Lawton to do the work. And
There is a way to do that. It's outside of these proceedings and it's administrative, okay? So they can work with you to accomplish that or tell you what's required, okay? And they'll tell you the time frame that you have to operate in as well, okay?
Okay, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward at this time? Or, excuse me, on this item, 810 Southwest 3rd? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilman?
Yes, Mayor, I would like to add that any of these properties that are put on the D&D, you have the right and the ability to buy a permit, to purchase a permit, and to remodel these houses. They will check on your progress for every 30 days, so it's not that we're coming to bulldoze the house down. It's on the D&D, but you do have an opportunity again to get a permit and fix the house, work with neighborhood services. If you decide that you want to do that, then now is the time to go talk with these men that work for neighborhood services and work out a situation where you can come and fix the property. And that's why I said earlier that it's going to take a lot of money for these pieces of property, because I visit them pretty regularly, and with all the fires that have been in these properties, and just, well, I just encourage you, if you do want to fix these properties up, get with Josh and get a permit, and they'll work out a time frame for you to fix them. And with that said, with this property too, just a second. I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as set forth in the resolution.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. That was 810, right?
Correct.
Okay. That brings up 812 Southwest 3rd Street. Now, I want to make something very clear. The city of Lawton does not desire to demo anything. We desire for everything to be restored to usability. Having said that, our job is providing safe and clean neighborhoods. And so public service is paramount. Josh, tell us about 812 Southwest 3rd.
812 Southwest 3rd Street, no water account since 2024. This property is going to have the same owner as his other properties on 3rd and I. Posted on the property January 15, 2025. Any questions?
Okay, you ready for questions? Mr. Gill has a question.
I've got a question for you, ma'am, because you seem quite distraught. Do you understand the process, exactly what you have to do? Okay, when these proceedings are over, you get with one of these two gentlemen right here, and they'll explain it to you, because I can tell you don't understand. And they'll tell you what you have to do to bring your property up. Taking the trash and stuff off was just part of it. So evidently there's some other things that you can do with the permit. You've got plenty of time. You have 6 weeks just to get the permit, and then you've got time after that, and you can make your home.
Can I ever get water? I've not had water since October.
Okay.
Because of this issue.
Okay.
Get with them. They'll help you, okay?
We're on 812 Southwest 3rd. I'm opening the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on 812 Southwest 3rd, please come forward at this time. And give us your name and address, please.
Richard Harding, I stay at 211 Southwest I Avenue. There's nothing wrong with that house besides a little bit of siding that got burnt from the last fire about a month ago, and that house needs to be tore down. But there's nothing wrong with that, and that's the main house where all the water was running from. And so when he passed away...
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to come forward and speak on this item? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilman.
Josh,
Okay.
the back of this house, is it burnt? Is the back of this house?
Yes, sir, it is.
Pull a picture of that up, please.
Are you wanting to speak on this house?
No,
sir?
the
Okay.
What are the plans on this house? Were you want to try to fix this house? This is the main house that Bill was living in?
Yes, sir.
Josh, have you talked to them about fixing this house?
I have not.
Okay. Your plans are to remodel this house, and you're aware that you can get a permit, even if we put it on the D&D, you can get a permit and repair this house, but you've got to work with neighborhood services, correct, sir? Okay, thank you. Mayor?
Just a minute.
Pass these, please. What do you say? Oh.
What do you want to do on this, Councilman?
Just a second, Mayor. They've got me working here with these books. Yes, Mayor, I move to approve a resolution declaring the structures on this property a dilapidated public nuisance and authorize the abatement thereof as said in the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. Two more votes. Somebody didn't vote. There we go, 8-0, motion carries. Bringing up 1008 Southwest Roosevelt Avenue, Josh.
All right, 1008 Southwest Roosevelt Avenue, no active water account since 2017. A fire date of February 11th, 2024. Post on the property January 15th, 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1008 Southwest Roosevelt Avenue. Anyone wishing to talk on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir, I need your name and address, please.
Timothy Tillison, 1008 Southwest Roosevelt Avenue. When I purchased this house, it was in horrible shape. I rehabbed it, got it going. The person I bought the house from has harassed me, has threatened me, has done all this stuff to try to get me to move off the property so she can get it back. Because she thought she sold it for too less money after she seen me doing all the work. She tried to evict me. She's done all kind of illegal stuff. And I have her scheduled for court on the February 11th because I have taken her to court.
Sir, let me ask you what your plan for this house is.
I am going to rehab it. I was rehabbing it in the process when she set it on fire to put me back.
Can you bring up pictures of the back of this house?
It's just a back. It's just a back corner. And the trailer officer was letting her run the trailer.
Okay, go one more. Go one more. You're going to be able to rehab this house, and that's
Yes.
your plan? Because that's a great thing. Our goal is that you rehab this and bring it back into usability.
Well,
but
I was doing that.
Okay, so here's the way this process works, and my guess is from looking at these pictures and realizing that there's been no water count since 2017, which is 8 years, hold on just a minute.
Okay.
My guess is this council is going to vote to put it on the D&D.
Okay.
And then you'll have 30 business days,
Okay.
which is about 45 calendar days, to get a permit and start work on the house, okay?
Okay. Well, let me explain something. Now, the homeless people has taken all the plumbing out of the house. That was one of the issues that was coming toward where I was building, coming up to getting ready to do. They took all the plumbing out. There's no plumbing underneath the house. They took all that. So, I mean, if I got water turned on, I have to run it to just a hydrant, you know, but I would do that if that's what I need to do. So that was the roof and the plumbing was all I had left to do.
Do you have permits pulled on that house right now?
Did I have permits pulled?
Permits, building permit. Do you have a building permit to be working on that house right now?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
But I hadn't done anything since the fire.
Did you have one before the fire?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Is there anybody else who'd like to come forward and speak on 1008 Southwest Roosevelt Avenue? Okay, at this time, I'll close the public hearing. Thank you, sir. And this is in Ward 7.
Some questions real quick.
Okay, the lawyer has a question.
Your name is Tim Tolson, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Who is Romalda Wright?
That is the owner of the house previously, before me.
Okay.
Now,
We cannot find a deed in your name. The deed, the property is in the name of Anthony and Romalda Wright, and
That's
Mr. Wright
correct.
died.
That's correct.
So you were not the owner of the property.
Well, I had to cover the back taxes because they were going to auction the house off, so I had to pay the back taxes
Okay.
that were owed on the house. And the person who sold me the house, who doesn't own it, who misled me on that as well, will not give me the deed.
So you're saying that Romalda Wright claimed she was the owner of the house and was not?
No. Romalda's
The other
dead.
one.
They're dead. They're dead.
So they're both dead, okay.
Right. But the person who sold me the house claimed it was their house. And I had no reason not to trust this woman until I started finding out that she wasn't, shouldn't be trusted.
Let me look at this.
So she doesn't own the house.
So the owners of the house are deceased, and this
Yes,
hasn't
they're
gone
dead. Yeah,
through
they're dead.
probate.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So she sold me a house that wasn't hers.
I'm seeing nothing filed. Your name's Tim Tullison?
Yes, I have the receipts for the taxes that I.
Okay, I'm not seeing anything in Comanche County District Court under your name. So
Regardless
I
of
don't
who
know
owns
what-
the
I don't
house,
know what to say.
we're assuming that we filed the paperwork right.
Sure.
You have a council person down there wanting to make a motion for the safety of her ward.
Right.
Councilwoman, would you like to make your motion? I have closed the public hearing.
Mr. Mayor, I'm making a motion to table this because sound like he not even the owner.
Okay, you've made a motion to table. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There is a second to table. Please vote.
Mayor, is it tabled to a date certain?
Pardon me?
To a date certain?
30 days to understand better the ownership? Okay, 30 days.
there is a probate on file.
Motion carries to table for 30 days, 6-2. Thank you for coming. Now we're on 1505 Southwest Sheridan Road. Josh.
All right, 1505 Southwest Sheridan Road, no water account found on this property. Post on the property January 15, 2025. Any questions?
Anybody wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir, we need your name and address.
My name is Ryan Studebaker. I live at 2512 Northeast Kingsbriar Place. My wife and I are the owner of that building. It's sort of a unique position we're in. We purchased the building 1 year ago, cash as is, and I gave the gentleman that I purchased the building from a handshake agreement that I'd give him 90 days to clear out the building. I did get misled. He instructed me that he was going to completely clear the building out. That's not what happened. He took out his machinery, he took out some metal, and he left all the trash. So the first few months of my ownership of this building, let me show you this. I had to order 6 30 cubic yard rollback dumpsters to clear out the building. I've continued to work on the inside. The purpose of the building for me was I want a place to be able to keep all my equipment, my tools, my cars, my trailers, and basically when I retire, it's going to be my man cave. So anyway, I've worked on clearing the building completely out. I did have to leave town for 3 months for work, and I've continued to work on the building when on my days off. I have some more photos for you.
Okay, so you also attempted to get a permit to bring it to the minimum level of compliance, and we did not give you a permit. We're working on a solution to that, but we just kind of cut to the chase here, because it appears to me from your phone call to me, your desire is to bring this up to compliance.
Yes, and I have been working on the building. I've done an extreme amount of work. It's just the problem was it's on the inside of the building, not so much of the out, because my priority was to get into the building.
Sure.
The other thing is I did speak to Neighborhood Services to try to figure out what I could do. They gave me a verbal list, and I said, well, I can fix that. And they said, well, you can't without a permit, and I can't give you a permit till after this meeting.
Okay.
So I was at a standstill. I still continued to do work. And the other part is I was able to get the building gutted enough and then get some electrical work done, which I did go through the city. I did have it inspected, and it passed inspection, and it gave me electricity on November 1st of 2024. 6 weeks later, I received a notice that my building may be put on the D&D.
Yeah, that sounds like a hole in the system too. But let me ask a question of staff. Is the policy of not issuing a permit administrative or part of the code?
It's administrative.
What do we need to do to give this gentleman 30 days to get his building in compliance?
We can table now. We're going to bring back the code change. It's discussed previously on the 11th, so we don't keep having this scenario. So we can table now, and if he's in a good spot in 30 days, we can just, dispose of it at that point.
He's going to have a permit, and you
And-
will.
and we'll take care of
You have the
that.
authority to deal with that.
I do.
Correct? Okay, so somebody want to make a motion? Oh, wait a minute. Anyone else want to come and speak? I'm closing the public hearing.
I've also talked to Mr. Studebaker, and we have some areas that we're working on, as the city manager just said. You can continue to do maintenance and stuff of that nature. I make a motion at this time that we table this until such a time that it's convenient for the council to take it up again, which will be longer than 30 days.
Please vote. We got a motion and a second. Please vote. I need one more. Okay, I've got 7-1. Motion carries. Okay, let's see. I lost track. I'm at 1608 Southwest Douglas Avenue. Josh.
1608 Southwest Douglas Avenue. No water account since 2024.
When in 2024, Josh?
I don't have that. I can get that information. I don't have that right now.
Rebecca, can you look that up? Okay.
Posted on the property January 15th, 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1608 Southwest Douglas Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Yes, sir, and I need your name and address, please.
Hi, my name's Nelson Marrero, 902 Northwest Dearborn.
Okay, and what do you have to tell us?
I'm the real estate agent for the owner, and we've actually, here's some pictures of the inside of the property. So we're getting it back active and listing it for a very reasonable price. Hopefully she can get it sold. Yes. And the inside definitely does not match the outside.
It looks like a little bit of work has been done to this house. Did they
Yes.
just run out of money and quit working?
She moved to Texas after the divorce. And I've been on her since, I think we've listed it in October, expired in December, and now we're getting ready to relist it again.
Okay, anything else you want to tell us?
No.
Okay, is there anybody else that wants to come forward and speak on this item? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilwoman. It is for sale. It's listed for sale, correct?
Yes, it will be active again. Right now, it's expired.
Is there only one
No, she's selling it pretty much as is. $19,900 sale price.
Councilwoman?
I'm sorry. I don't think it needs to go on the D&D list. You're trying to sell it?
Yes.
Right?
Okay, you have a motion to read there. You say you are putting it on D&D?
No.
You're not?
No.
Okay, is your motion to table?
Table it.
Pardon me?
Motion to table it for 30 days.
I second that.
Please vote. Motion table. Motion carries 7-1. 7-1. Bringing up item 1609 Southwest Douglas Avenue. Josh.
1609 Southwest Douglas Avenue, no water account found on this property. Post on the property January 15, 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1609 Southwest Douglas Avenue. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. And can I have your name and address, please?
My name is Billy Hicks, address 112 Northeast 51st Street, Lawton, Oklahoma. The property at hand is, I know you all have pictures of it, but I have some pictures, closer pictures of the roof. I spent about $15,000 on the roof. When I purchased the property, it was supposed to be for children that Enrica and I had talked about, and she's supposed to be getting some funds, and we never got the funds for it. But also, I started working other projects, and of course the Oklahoma winds and stuff, and I'm willing to do whatever I need to do to bring the property up to be safe and have it more presentable, whatever y'all need me to do.
Okay, anything else that you'd like to tell us at this time?
That's about it.
Okay, I appreciate your willingness to do something. Is there anybody else that wants to come forward on this item? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Councilwoman?
I had got a phone call from the gentleman. To my understanding, he had tried to get the water cut on. He was going to be working on it, but
Yes.
it's one of those situations again where you all wouldn't allow him to turn the water on, then cease all works or whatever over there. I looked at the house. It looked like there's some siding that needs to be worked on, and then some painting. I don't think it needs to go on the D&D list.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we table it for 30 days, and he gets with the staff to get a list of what is minimum required to keep coming back, okay? The gentleman seems very willing to make the necessary repairs to get it off. If you like that, just say so moved. Is there a second?
I second.
Second,
but
please vote.
I want a question before we vote.
Okay.
You were talking about the kids. Are you redoing this so kids can come there or something? We need to know
That was
that.
the purpose of purchasing.
I'm sorry.
When I first purchased it, that was the purpose of it. But
Is that the plan now?
It didn't work out at that time. So
Okay.
since I'm old and my health is not as well.
Yeah, I understand.
then we have to make some other plans.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Appreciate
Please
it.
vote.
I'll get with you.
Thank you, sir. Motion carries 7-1. And that brings up 1722 Northwest Cash Road. Josh?
1722 Northwest Cash Road. Had no water account since 2018.
Remember Ron Reynolds? He built that. It was his real estate.
Posted on the property January 15, 2025. Any questions?
Seeing none, I'll open the public hearing on 1722 Northwest Cash Road. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. And I'll need your name and address, and then what do you have to tell us?
Mark Cox, 4514 Northeast Bly Lane.
Yes, sir. What do you have to tell us?
I didn't realize I was out of compliance. Bought the property to renovate it, and I've been sitting here for about an hour listening to the same story. So I bought this property, renovated the one behind it, and sold it, increased the value of it. Fixed to get started on this property. I've been broken into. I can't even, as everyone has mentioned, we have an element problem in this town. I'm a developer, so I get properties. I want to, bring this property up, make it nice, and yet I struggle with trying to keep it. And I would ask what the compliance. I would assume it's because I've got boards on the windows because I've been broken in so many times. Only way to keep it secure is to board it. If I go in there and spend money on windows, that's just wasting money. I'm constantly being something happening at this property, and it sits right on Cash Road, highest car count come across, and you would think that wouldn't happen, but it has since I've had the property. So I'm going to develop the property, but as a citizen, we're all running into the same problem. I think I'm glad you guys are saying, hey, we need to clean this town up, and we do, and I thank you for that. But as an owner, my part is I'm doing my part. You require a lot from me as an owner, and that's not a problem at all. But I would ask that maybe we would get a little back, like some safety, keep things clean, the trash. I mean, we're partners here is the way I look at it. So, I'm trying to do my part, and and it will be very nice when I get done. You can guarantee that. But the problem that we're having, us that are out here doing and developing, I'm talking about developers, people buying property, wanting to improve them, it's the blight all around. And I appreciate the fact that you guys are addressing that. But this homeless thing, we've got to get under control. You're hearing the same thing. These people are out of control. I mean, we run them off, we call the police, they come back. They're costing us, thousands of dollars. So as a citizen, I would ask that you would help me as somebody trying to develop to improve to do that, because I've got to invest in this property. I heard this called the Green Mile. There's more dispensaries in this 1 mile. So my property values are down, but my property tax is up. So, I'm in the trash and all the things that we have to deal with. So I'm a guy out here on the street trying to improve it. And I'm just getting pushed and pushed and pushed back. And at some point it comes, why? Why do I want to continue to do something in Lawton when I can't, my properties aren't protected? I'm constantly, we all know Cash Road. We know the problems, I think. And I can't say it enough. I appreciate the fact that you guys are moving in that way. But we need help. I mean, we do as citizens, we need more help, whatever that's going to take. And whatever I can do to help in that, I'm willing to do. So I didn't realize it was out of compliance. We're fixing to get on it. I've already submitted, a couple of years ago, I submitted plans for it for review. We just hadn't got on it, but we're planning on renovating it and making it a nice office.
Okay, so I agree. I know your work. You renovate a lot of property and make it look nice, and we appreciate that. And you can have boards on your windows. They have to be painted the color of the building and try to blend in. I think that's the deal. I really feel like what we need to do on this is work with this property owner with what he needs to do, and let's table it. Whose ward is this in? What do you want to, hold on before you make a motion. I got to close the public hearing. Is there anybody else that wants to speak on this item? I'm going to close the public hearing. What do you want to do?
Yeah, I just want to make a comment because I drive up and down that road constantly. We live here, and I go by and I see things. I see Mark coming out and cleaning it. There has been a lot of homeless people. There's probably not a day that goes by that there's not somebody parked or perched on those steps or underneath those signs. And he does everything he can do to make it clean. So what I like to do is just make a motion to continue the public hearing on this matter for 30 days.
We've already closed the public hearing, so you can table it for 30 or 60
I'll
days.
table it for 60 days.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries 7-1. Thank you, Mark. And that brings up, what was that one? Was that 1831?
That was 1722.
Okay, that brings up 1831 Northwest Cache Road. Josh.
All right, 1831 Northwest Cache Road, no water account since 2022.
1811.
We struck it. So from the pictures of this, I don't see what's dangerous or dilapidated. I see a little mess, but I don't see what's dangerous or dilapidated.
It's just it's been sitting vacant for so long. It's become a blight. It's become a housing for the homeless around there as well.
Well, we're not putting people on the D&D for having some clutter, are we?
No, sir.
So, whose ward is this? Is this Ward 2?
Yeah, Ward 2.
Is there anybody here to speak on this item? I'm going to open the public hearing on 1831 Northwest Cache Road. Is there anyone here to speak on this? Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay, I got a question for you. What is dangerous? What is dilapidated?
I think this property is more of a public nuisance. Lately, we've had to clean this one up a lot.
Tell me what about it is the public nuisance. I don't see it from the pictures.
Correct. That's because we didn't get all the trash in here, as well as the boarded up windows. It has been broken into often as well.
We're just going to have to
Councilman, what do you want to do?
hold on. That might have been.
I'd like to give them another 30 days.
Okay, I don't know what we're giving them 30 days to do. It doesn't look like it's unsecure. How about this? Could I get you to amend your motion and direct the city manager to get directly involved in this and see what needs to be done?
So move.
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-1. Okay, and we do want to announce that we're late getting the regularly scheduled meeting going because we have the D&D has carried over. And so that brings up 2402 Southwest Lee Boulevard, and it is our last item.
1902
No, it's
West
not.
Gore. Do we have 1902 West Gore?
Pardon me?
Did we pull this one or did we do this one?
Okay, we're on 1902 West Gore Boulevard. Go.
1902 West Gore Boulevard. We were looking to table this one until the first meeting of February, as they do have a pre-development meeting tomorrow.
Okay. Does somebody want to make the motion to table?
Yeah.
Okay, I have a motion. Did I hear a second?
Yeah.
Is there discussion? Okay. Please vote. Motion carries 7-1. Bringing up 2402 Southwest Lee.
What do you want to talk on?
Sir, we tabled that. Do you want to say something? Go ahead and come up and say.
My name is Justin Dippery. I live in Ward 4 at 1914 Northeast 45th. I purchased that property on January 10th. I tracked down the previous owner who lived down in Dallas, so it took a while for the deed to get filed to the 15th. That's the same day that the city sent the letter to him saying it's putting on that list. As soon as I got it, bought the property, day one, we went in there, we went after it full throttle after it. We cleaned up the inside. The homeless were doing everything inside there that you can imagine except for the intended purpose of the building. Since then, it's been completely gutted out. It is nothing but concrete floors, concrete walls, and it's got the metal trusses overhead. We're putting all new plumbing, all new electrical, all new HVAC in there. I have taken down the awnings because they were a hazard, they were a danger. I've taken those down from the outside. The trees, as well as I was taking some of the metal around the top, and we were put on a do not work order by the city. So I still do have some hazards hanging there at the time, but you say you're tabling it. I just want to make sure that I don't get held up. I'm trying to thrive in 25. I'm using words y'all are used to hearing and trying to go full throttle. What I would not like is to be caught up in any more meetings that drag out. I have had a meeting with the engineer's office, which they were super helpful, which pushed us over to the planning, which I have a 10 o'clock meeting tomorrow with. I just want to make sure that it's going to be nice and beautiful. It's been ugly there forever. I don't mind the city putting it on I know why it's on that list. That's why I tracked it down and wanted to buy it.
So,
'cause something needed to
okay,
be
let's
done.
go at it this way.
Yeah.
I think you're going to find a different attitude. I've already noticed, and several council members let me know they noticed work going on the property. The city manager is going to get directly involved in this, and if something doesn't work out, you let me know. All right?
What does it tabling mean? Do I get my permits? Can I continue on?
The city manager.
Yeah, you come in, you apply for a permit, and you'll get it.
I've got one pending right now that I put in last Monday, and I'm still waiting on because I was supposed to have a roof going on starting Monday, and now I have crews scheduled for next Monday. Will they get direction tonight? Do you think I'll get that permit?
Well, that's administrative, so we can't give direction, but the city manager can deal with that if you'll step over there and visit with him.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, and thank you for picking up that building and fixing it up. 2402 Southwest Lee Boulevard, Josh.
2402 Southwest Lee Boulevard. This is another one of Mr. Cornish's properties that he was, the lawyer was wanting to table until the second meeting of February so he could attend.
That for me, Josh.
I was saying this is another one of Mr. Cornish's properties that his lawyer was wanting to be tabled until the second meeting of February so he could be able to attend it.
And tell me why you're putting it on. Is it unsafe?
Correct. There's no water account since 2022, and there has a fire date of February 15th, 2022.
Okay, are vagrants getting in the building?
I don't know about any vagrants getting in the building for sure.
They have the roof on it?
It's hard to tell.
And so tell me what's unsafe.
It's caught on fire in 2022. There hasn't been anything done on that part. It's just one of those blight issues.
But I mean, just from your pictures, I don't see the unsafe situation. I see he needs to do some work.
Correct. And it's being on Lee Boulevard, it's like I said.
Okay, all right. I'm going to open the public hearing on 2402 Southwest Lee Boulevard. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward at this time. Okay, Mr. Cornish, we need your address.
6209 West Gore, Lawton. I purchased this property a year ago. There's 4 buildings here. I've got receipts for thousands of dollars of trash. I've got rid of the homeless, got rid of the cars, got rid of Pete's Garage, renovated 2 of the buildings with all new overhead doors. This one's next on the list. But our building departments, you know, I've got to get electronic plans and all that to get a roof put on it and get it painted.
So
But
let me ask you a question. Make this easy.
It's secured, and I thought that's what I had to do, sir.
Okay. Will you work with these guys to bring it into the minimum compliance?
Yes, I thought it
Okay.
was, but I
Okay.
guess it's not.
All right. Then, if, I would like to recommend that we table this for 30 days. You make that move, ma'am? Do you second it? Please vote.
Thanks.
Motion carries 7-1. Thank you. Okay, bringing up item 3, consider whether to approve the property owner to continue remodeling the structure located at 511 Northwest Bell Avenue per section 611108, section D, that states after 180 days, the property will go back to City Council for specific authorization by the council. Josh.
511 Northwest Bell. As you said, this property did come to council February 27th of 2024, and they're just trying to get another 6 months work. You show a little bit of the progress on it.
Josh, what is staff's recommendation?
Well, staff recommends to deny the property owner, as there hasn't been very much work that was done on the property.
So you think inadequate work has been done?
Correct.
Ward 5. Okay, this doesn't take a public hearing, but is the property owner here? Is the property owner for 511 Northwest Bell here? Okay, Councilman, what do you want to do?
Is there a standing permit on this, Josh? I mean, has the permit expired?
The last permit expired December 19th of 2024.
And has any work been done since that time period, or
Since,
has anybody, have they contacted you? Has there been any contact with
They
you?
contacted us for another permit, but we're unable to pull another one because it had to come back to council.
So they did try to get a permit once that one expired in December, but we've been waiting for it to come back to.
Yes, sir.
How much money do you think has been put into this property already?
I'm not too sure on that one, sir.
Okay, but they have been diligent enough to put some work into it. You feel like it's just not enough, but they did try to get a permit after the other one expired, and they weren't able to because of it had to come back to us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
So is the property in the minimum compliance now?
I wouldn't say it's in the minimal compliance now. It's getting there.
Okay, what about it is not in the minimum compliance? It looks secure.
On this property right here, sir, the building, the trade inspectors and the building inspectors, we have, for the building division, we have no inspections on this property as well with the permits that they've had for the past 6 months.
Okay.
But they've been working on different, it looks like they've been working on electrical, framing, and have they done any plumbing work on it?
That one, I don't have any record of the plumbing, but we haven't had any inspectors to go out there or any call then from any licensed trade professionals to go out there to actually do inspections. Okay. So the electrical, we haven't had a licensed electrician or plumber call us to do the inspections for
But they were denied a permit when they went to go get the permit renewed?
So the last permit that went in for renew was, the last apply date was on 12/3/2024.
That was before it expired, too. It hadn't expired till the end of December, so
Right.
they were present in order before the last
Right.
ran out.
You guys have their contact information?
We can get it, yes, sir.
Yeah. I moved to table this for 30 days until we see if they get another permit for this, since they've already put money into it.
Second.
Roger.
Please vote. Motion carries 7-1. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved. Second.
Motion is second. Please vote. Call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur.
Yes.
Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, at this time, are we ready to go? Okay, at this time, I will open the special meeting of the City Transit Trust. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Yes.
Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Okay, business item number 1, consider approving a lease agreement with Terry K. Bell II for a building to house additional operational space for LATS located at 2505 Southwest 6th Street, Lawton, Oklahoma, and authorizing the chairman and secretary to execute the lease. Christie.
Hello, Council. This item was brought to you, I don't know, a month or so back. It's the lease for the new operation or an additional operational space for LATS down at their current facility. It's just a building just to the east of where they currently are. And so this lease has had the modifications as requested. The way to get out, it's a 1-year lease with 2 1-year extensions.
Council, do you have any questions?
I'll make the motion.
Motion to approve?
I do.
And a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote.
I've looked the lease over. It looked good.
Motion carries 8-0. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
So moved. There.
A motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith. Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
Lisa, it's okay.
Okay, don't run off.
Okay.
Okay, at this time, I will call to order the regular scheduled meeting of the Lawton City Council. Please stand for the invocation by Pastor Eli Garcia with the church and remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pastor?
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come before you today with grateful hearts, seeking your wisdom and guidance as we gather for this council meeting. Thank you for the opportunity to serve the people of the city of Lawton and to work toward the betterment of this community. Grant each member of this council clarity of mind, humility of heart, and the spirit of unity as they discuss and make decisions. We ask for your protection over our city, over our leaders, firefighters, police officers, military personnel, and every resident who calls the city of Lawton their home. Bless this community with peace, prosperity, and unity. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Okay, we're over here. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you, Pastor. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith.
Here.
Chapman. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton.
Here.
Uyghur.
Here.
Williams.
Present.
Warren.
Okay, and I'm assuming everybody's here for item 19, the dangerous jog item. So I'm going to move that to the top because I figure you guys don't want to sit here till 10 or 11 o'clock with us. Although you're welcome to. Item number 29, receive a presentation from the city prosecutor on the current dangerous dog issue that continues to plague the city, and if necessary, direct staff to take appropriate action. Al Rosenbaum, city prosecutor, come on up and tell us what you've got.
Remind everybody what Captain Shireen Williams knew. Well, when you were a member of my brigade, as a junior officer, she knew my motto was, don't shoot the messenger. So with that, I would like you to turn to the pink tab and read the warning that I have there, because what you're about to look at, picture's worth 1,000 words, is the damage that dangerous dogs do to our community every week, every day. And now that you've had a chance to read the warning, if you would mind going through those photographs, these are actual exhibits that I have presented to Judge Johnson in civil motion hearings to deem animals dangerous. I've been an attorney for about 46 years as a defense attorney and as a prosecutor. And some of the damage that I see in these photographs far exceeds what I've seen humans do to humans. Most of those photographs have been in just the last 3 years. And we'll get into some statistics here later in the brief. What are dangerous animals? This is going back to the top of your PowerPoint presentation. These are the definitions from our ordinance. If you want some good reading, Chapter 5 is definitely some good reading. It's one of the larger chapters in our code. Now we have civil and criminal penalties. Just about all of these sections of Chapter 5 carry with it criminal penalties, up to 60 days in the city jail and up to a $750 fine, plus court costs. Every time there is a dangerous dog civil proceeding, there is a dangerous dog ticket that is written to the owner as well. And mostly we have about 3 or 4 tickets. No rabies vaccination, no city license, and others. Obviously, the animal itself has rights. So if you provoke a dog or an animal, that's a defense to having that dog found to be dangerous. On the civil side, on the dangerous petition, if the court finds that the animal is dangerous and has met the criteria for the ordinance, the animal can be euthanized, or the owner can be required to build a special cage, which is in the state statute as well as our city ordinance. And it's a very strong cage, and the animal cannot be out of that cage unless it's on a leash. And on the other end of that leash, an adult. These are the statistics going back to 2009. I got here in 2017. So since 2009, we've had 285 dangerous dog petitions filed. That involved 348 dogs. We have some current situations that are going on. I don't know whether Cliff is here tonight. Cliff Blasingame. Okay. Cliff will be here to answer some of these questions in more detail if you have questions. I've basically just been briefed by him, and we're in the process of developing the dangerous dog petitions to handle all of these dogs, particularly the 29 that we have currently. I have a dangerous dog petition tomorrow. If any of you are interested, it's at 10 o'clock in the morning in the municipal court. If you would like to come over and observe how those are performed, you're more than welcome to be there. Court is always open. There are currently 2 puppy mill situations we have. One is the 27 dogs at the one address. Federal agents went there with a federal search warrant, so the city was not notified. And the individuals who own those dogs are now in custody of the federal government. One of them is in the Grady County Jail, and one's in the Pottawatomie County Jail awaiting charges in Western District of the federal court. When the federal officers went to go in the door, they were confronted by 5 pit bulls and 22 other pit bulls that were in cages. The 5 pit bulls were so aggressive, they immediately exited the building, the house, and called Lawton Animal Welfare. Lawton Animal Welfare responded and went through damage to 3 catch poles, just getting the 5 dogs in custody. Those dogs are now in the shelter, and the females are having litters basically as we speak. So we've got a big issue on our hands there. The case tomorrow involves a gentleman who was in an electric wheelchair who was attacked in the street by a pit bull with serious damage to his leg. Plus he has to take all the rabies shots because the dogs did not have theirs. Just this month, I've already had 2 dangerous dog petitions involving 4 dogs, 3 of which were found to be dangerous and euthanized. These are frequently asked questions that I get. Is there a particular breed? Yes. It's the American Staffordshire Terrier. They are bred primarily for fighting. And my granddaughter has a pit bull. She does, and she loves it. Of the victims are of all ages, as you saw in the photographs.
I'm going to ask you, Al, to back up and repeat what you were saying when the interruption came from the audience.
Okay, thank you. The pit bull's a breed. Matter of fact, the 27 that we got from the one house, they were being advertised for fighting on the internet. As a matter of fact, the website was called Tap Out. They already had their ears clipped, which they do with fighting dogs. That way one dog cannot get an advantage by going after the ear of another dog. There was another 6 pit bulls that were found in Motel 6 here in Lawton. And like I said, those are still under investigation. I will tell you, Cliff Blasingame has been a pleasure to work with. I've known him for about 40 years. I knew him when he was a police officer here. But he is the right man for the job. He knows what he's doing and how to lead. So I just want to thank the city manager for hiring him. He's been a great asset. Okay, the causes for the attacks, there's many, but the 4 that I have up there, we've seen pit bulls actually chew through chain link fences to get to their victim, and usually that's another dog. They go through wooden fences, so they're very powerful. And but that is the main reason we see that these dogs get out is the fencing. Lack of supervision and control by the owner. Letting them stay out for long periods of time. I guess they get bored. They get their exercise. Anything will attract their attention, whether it be another animal or a human being in the alley. I'm not sure about the appropriate disciplining. I know my granddaughter is pretty strict with her dog, but I am not sure about this breed as far as what you should do. And the propensities of the breed. Solutions. Now, I put up there a lawful ban on pit bulls if it can be legally approved. There is a state statute that specifically says you cannot be breed specific with your bans. But I've talked to my boss, John Andrew, and there are maybe some ways around that. I don't know. But I will tell you, 90% of the bites I've seen in the last 7.5 years have been pit bulls. So out of those 240-something petitions, about 180 of those never would have happened if there was a ban on pit bulls. And I hate to be the bearer of bad tidings, but that's just the facts, 90%. And I heard today from Cliff that you're giving him 2 extra animal welfare workers, so that's great. One of our workers was injured seriously about 2.5 weeks ago. She went out to capture a pit bull with a catch pole. The pit bull got the better of her. She wound up in the hospital with pins in her hand. She'll be permanently disabled. Miss Eden is her name. We need to increase our public awareness in the schools and the bus drivers, because some have been children that have been attacked going to the bus stop or coming from the bus stop. So possibly some more parental control. I know in my neighborhood, a lot of the parents will keep the kids in the car until the bus comes. And finally, I was able to see a video that one of the animal welfare officers brought me. It was a citizen, a neighbor, when we had gone out to capture these 2 pits for the recent case we have. And she was filming it on her cell phone and cheering us on the whole way, because the neighbors know these animals better than anybody else. So, you have any questions of me that I might be able to answer?
So I do. These solutions are just different ideas of things that we could do, and you bring up a lawful ban would be something we could do if legal approval can be obtained, and that is a reference to the state ban.
Yes.
So pretty much that one gets marked off.
That's a state ban for charter cities.
It
And
seems
John
to
and
that-
I discussed, well, maybe we go non-charter, but I'm sure that
Okay, and B is increased involvement by LPD to identify owners of banned breed, but there are no banned breeds.
Right.
So identify owners of dangerous dogs, what does that mean?
and dangerous dogs, driving down, seeing dogs running loose, getting more involved with getting the animal welfare out there. Now, LPD has been great in backing up our animal welfare workers once we see a problem.
Okay, and then C is to hire 2 to 3 animal control officers, then we got to figure out how to pay for them. D is increased public awareness of dangers and prevention measures such as repellent sprays and walking sticks. E, awareness briefings to Lawton Public Schools and bus drivers, because some attacks occur against children walking home from school bus stops.
Yes, sir.
We have children being attacked.
Yes, sir.
Well, is the animal control officer here and want to?
Where's Cliff? There he is.
Mayor, City Council.
Hey, Cliff, what do you got to tell us?
So, speaking with Al over the last several months, we've had a uptick in animal attacks. And when I say that, we have some that were just random attacks out on the streets. They have a random dog that comes out and then attacks an individual just because they're walking down the street. The one he was talking about in the wheelchair, he was driving his wheelchair down the street and an animal attacked him while he was in his wheelchair. The same can be said of the one, a guy was working in the backyard and he was doing what he was being paid to do, and 4 animals from the neighbor's yard broke through a privacy fence and attacked him and put him in the hospital. So we've seen an uptick in those things happening in the last several months. And to include today, we've had more today. So my deal is I'm not advocating for a ban. I'm advocating for improved ordinances to help us manage this. We're bringing in 300 to 500 dogs and cats and animals through the shelter every single month. And so what we're having is issues with people turning them loose on the streets, or they don't want them anymore. Owner surrenders. They come into the shelter and say they don't belong to them. They found them, but they end up being their own dogs that they're giving us. And we have a capacity of right now about 120 animals for the shelter, but we end up with more than 100% most of the time.
Okay, so we probably need to have a separate meeting on capacity and problems you're having, but do you have enough manpower to respond to the calls you get?
We are right now, but we still have some that are in training that we just hired. So we just hired 3 new ACO officers. We have 1 out on the street, and we have 1 that's in training. We have 1 that's working in the kennel right now so that he can get that feel for that. We will also have the additional 2 that the city has given us. We'll have interviews to get those people on board as well and try to get them on the street as quickly as possible. It's unfortunate that we can't just put them out on the street, but we have to have some kind of training for them before they go out there so they don't get injured and we have a liability issue.
Yeah, I would assume we're trained for everything. Council, do you have questions before we go to audience portion of this? Yeah.
I just want to say, Cliff, thank you for the job you're doing. It's outstanding. Heard nothing but great things for Cliff. I kind of think this falls under that there really aren't any bad dogs. There's just bad animal owners a lot of times. And I feel like that we really are inundated. I was talking to John earlier today, and even he made the comment, man, I've never seen so many animals just out and about. And so that's all I have to say on that matter.
Council, any questions for Cliff?
Yes, Lieutenant Colonel.
We can see the pictures, but as far as how the damage that the dogs have done, or do you have them up here where a few of them can be shown?
I did not do that because I couldn't warn the entire audience of the nature of the photographs. However, I'm sure electronically they can probably do that, but I'm not sure. I don't know.
I just think the audience needs to see a few of those, if possible.
Do you have the capacity to do that?
So I think it would be.
Mayor, if I might, while we're waiting, another thing I'm going to do, I'm going to start increasing my offers at pretrial conferences to try to make up the difference. Right now, I've been fairly lenient with my offers of people wanting to enter a plea of no contest rather than go to trial. but I'm going to up the ante to hopefully take care of some of the finances.
Okay. And by the way, I think you do a great job over there, and I appreciate what you do, because everybody you prosecute is mad at you.
Yeah, exactly.
So, you know, you got a tough job, and I recognize that, regardless of whether it's a dog or anybody else. Council, I've got about 30 audience members that want to talk. The problem is we have a 3-minute rule per person and 9 minutes per topic. Now, typically the way we've done this is 9 minutes for and 9 minutes for against. And what we're got to do, the clerk has numbered these as they've come in. There may not be 30 here, but there's at least 25. So there's no way we're going to get to 25 people speaking. So I just want to prepare you, after council gets through asking questions, we're going to go to audience participation, but once 9 minutes is up on the against and on the for, then audience participation will be over. Mr. Warren, I see you wanting to say something.
I just wanted to make sure we're going to have an opportunity to offer suggestions after audience participation.
After audience participation. Right now, this is question time. Okay, seeing no more questions from the council, we are going to open audience participation. Now, let me ask this. Has anybody filled out a paper that wants the ban? Okay, then everybody, it sounds like Kelly Harris wants the ban, okay? Did you fill out a paper? Okay, and everybody else is against the ban, is that correct? Yes. Okay, we're going to take care of Mr. Kelly Harris, and then we will go to the against. And it'll be 9 minutes total, so if somebody doesn't speak for 3, the city attorney's got his little phone out, and we'll be timing it. Mr. Harris, are you timing it?
Yep. How much fun is it to be up here on this side of the podium? So on November 26th, I walked out of my house to go to my vehicle, and my vehicle was parked on the side road because they were working on Cherry Avenue that day. And I noticed a couple of the neighbors' dogs were out. And I've seen them out before, not often, but I'd seen them out before. Didn't think much of it. And they came over to me, and they were just kind of sniffing around. And so I thought I'd go over and knock on his door and tell him, hey, your dogs are out. And about 10 steps in, I felt something chomp down on one of my legs. And looked down, and one of the pit bulls had a hold of my right leg, and the other pit bull was circling around trying to find a place to get a bite. And so it wasn't a horrible bite. It left one puncture wound and a little bit of bleeding. Wasn't terrible, but all of a sudden I went from being, let's take this dog home to its owner, to I was just afraid because this dog was strong and the other dog was looking for a chance. And, you know, a fat boy like me, those two dogs thought, hey, we're going to get us a meal here. So, but it became quickly, I got to get out of this. I got to get back to my vehicle, get away from these vehicles. And I've grown up my whole life with dogs. I love dogs. I speak Labrador, but these dogs you never read in a paper about a Cocker Spaniel taking somebody down and killing them. But according to the National Center for Health Statistics, there are 468 deaths in the United States from being bitten or struck by a dog between 2011 and 2021. It's an average of 43 deaths a year. Children between ages of 1 and 4 are the most frequent victims, accounting for 29.4% of fatalities from dog attacks in 2022. Those under the age of 17 accounted for 56.7% of all fatalities that year. Around 4.75 million Americans are bitten by dogs every year, resulting in some 800,000 seeking medical treatment, including myself. Dogs not only cause morbidity and mortality as a result of the bites, they may also transmit certain infections. So I want to believe that, yeah, it's just bad dog owners. But further study shows that the most likely dog bites are to come from the following breeds: Pit Bull, mixed breed, German Shepherd, Terrier, and Rottweiler. So clearly these animals, yes, sir. Clearly certain breeds of animals are more aggressive than others, and I think they have to be treated slightly different to protect people like myself. And there's a lot of people that walk up and down my street could have been endangered. Thank you very much for your time. Good to see you again.
Okay, now I have these numbered, and we're going to give preference to the people that live in the city limits because this is a city issue. And the number 2 had an address that is out by the lake, so I doubt that we're able to get that, but it'll go to the bottom of the stack, and any other that we get to that is not in the city limits will go to the bottom of the stack. So first up is Dennis Shepard, second up is Monica Hoover, third up is Astrid Turner, and fourth up, if we have time, will be Becky Kalisa. No, Dennis Shepard. Keep track of total.
Mr. Mayor, members of the
Okay,
council.
Dennis, thank
Can
you.
y'all hear me?
No, go ahead, thank you.
Y'all got to do my address and all that good stuff? Got it. All my pit bull lovers. All right, hey, so basically, to the attorney wherever he went, I just want to introduce myself. All right, I'm not a normal civilian. I'm a combat veteran that suffers from PTSD. All right, and you see all these therapy dogs. What are they? Labradors and all that stuff. I have 3 pit bulls. Well, actually, one's an American Bully, one's a full pit bull, one's half pit bull, one's half blue heeler. Without being trained, all 3 of these dogs keep me alive. I've attempted suicide 3 times, right? First time the gun didn't go off, second time the pain medication didn't work, the third time the dog came in and put herself between the gun and myself, all right? So to sit there to say that that dog is dangerous is beyond me, all right? I got all my little notes. At night when I have my nightmares, I average about 2 to 3 hours a night. When I have my nightmares, they're the ones that curl up next to me and stop them nightmares from happening, all right? My CPAP machine comes off. They're the ones that come up and paw at me to make sure I'm alive, make sure I'm breathing. They're not biting my neck and trying to kill me when I'm asleep, all right? So rather than put the blame on a breed, when will the city start making laws that punish these owners? It's the owners that are causing this. They fail to fix their fences. They're backyard breeders that are selling the puppies for $25 a piece. My middle dog, that's how I rescued her. 12 days old. A backyard breeder was just threw her out in the middle of the road. Why? Because the mom wouldn't feed it. Doc told me she wouldn't live past the weekend. Where is she now? 6 years old, my princess. All right, so that's what needs to happen. Those people need to be held accountable for. You don't ban a breed. You don't blame a breed. I walk all 3 of my pit bulls through my neighborhood, all right? The Chihuahuas, the little purse dogs, will come out of nowheres and attack my dogs, but my dogs won't bite back. Now, mind you, I could give the command for them to eat them dogs for lunch. But those are the only reason that people label pit bulls is because they got a stronger bite power. I've been attacked more times by beagles, Labradors, the little rat terrier dogs and all of them than I have anybody else. And I know my time's about to be over. All right. It's our fault as not so much as a community, but it's amazing that it took a pit bull. It took a pit bull that was stranded and abandoned in this town to bring the community together. His name is Fishy. He's the greatest dog on the planet, right? That dog was taken in, and his owner created something so much, I'm getting there. But that dog and that family has done more for the homeless dog population than any of y'all sitting up here and anybody out in this town.
I need you to wrap it up, sir.
Okay? So the biggest thing I ask for is, why are we wasting time trying to ban a dog, and why are we not fixing the real problem at hand? Bad owners and lack of shelters and
Okay,
housing
thank
to
you
put these
for
animals
coming,
in.
sir. I'm going to have to shut you down. Thank you. And thank you for your service, by the way. Okay, and then Monica Hoover. I've got your address here.
Hi, my name is Monica Hoover. I live at 1641 North East 35th Street. I want to bring something to the council's attention, an incident that occurred on December 23rd as I was heading to work. While driving through a residential neighborhood, I noticed a gray and white dog on the side of the road. Concerned for public safety, I promptly called dispatch to request an animal control officer to respond. The dispatcher informed me that there was only one ACO on duty and that they could not guarantee if or when the officer would be able to assist. I told the dispatcher that I would wait in the area for a while to see if an ACO could arrive. While I was waiting, a young boy came out of a nearby house. Upon seeing the dog, the boy became frightened and started running and jumped in the bed of my truck. Tragically, the dog bit him on the leg. I immediately called dispatch again to report the escalating situation, but the response was still the same. No assistance could be guaranteed, and I was not provided with any clear guidance on what to do. Ultimately, we contacted the boy's father to ensure his safety, and I had to leave for work. Thankfully, the boy was brought into the house and was safe by that time I left. The incident raises serious concerns about the city's lack of resources for animal control. It is deeply troubling that in a city with a population nearing 100,000, there was only one ACO on duty that day. This incident could have had far worse consequences, and it highlights a critical gap in public safety services. I hold the city partially at fault for the situation, in addition to the dog owner, as there simply aren't enough ACOs available to address incidents like this in a timely manner. I strongly urge the council to consider increasing staffing for animal control to better serve and protect our community. Thank you.
Okay, and thank you for coming. And that brings up Astrid Turner. Did I say that first name right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And I've got your address. So.
Okay. So my name is Astrid Turner. I feel there is solutions to these problems that should be implemented instead of banning any breed. And I have a few of those for you. Funding for spay and neuter programs. The ABC clinic here in town is doing a fantastic job in trying to provide services to low-income families. Instead of trying to close them down, not helping them by in any way, shape, or form, maybe we should bring funding to them so they're more open to helping more people. It would not only help the pet population, but it is also about responsible pet ownership, which people would be able to fund their spay and neuters. ACO involvement in inclement weather here is just next to non-existent, I have to say. We've seen too many instances where dogs are left outside in harsh weather conditions. It's unacceptable. I call on animal officers to be more proactive in that matter. If there are dogs suffering in colder heat, ACOs should not just turn their heads. They must enforce the existing laws more vigorously, ensuring that animals have adequate shelter. Enforcement and fines. When laws are broken, there should be consequences. I advocate for enforcement of, I apologize.
It's okay, ma'am.
When laws are broken, there should be consequences adequate for stricter enforcement on animal cruelty and neglect law. Fines should be substantial enough to deter such behavior. We need to make it clear that animal welfare is not optional, but a priority. Prosecution for animal cruelty. We need to push for those committing acts of cruelty against animals to the fullest extent of the law. It's not enough to slap some people on the wrist. We need to show that our commitment stands against animal cruelty. Improved response time, and that is a big one here. When an animal is in distress or harmed, every second counts. We need to ensure our emergency response times for animal welfare issues are as swift as possible. This should be in better training for responders, more rescues, or simply a higher priority placed on those calls.
Ma'am, I need you to wrap it up, please.
More support to shelters and clinics like ABC clinics need to be and are vital.
Okay.
All these things that could be implemented easily would take a lot of care
Okay,
of
thank
the
you for-
problems that are being an
Thank
issue
you for
currently.
coming in. Thank you.
County overages its out of time.
Okay, and is Becky here? Becky Kalika? Okay, Becky, we're about out of time, but we're going to give you a minute, okay? All right? And I've got your address and everything.
Okay. Okay, thank you for your time. Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Becky Kalika. Thank you for recognizing the community need for decreasing dog attacks and improving the lives of the dogs that live within our community. Although there is a state law that does not allow a breed-specific ban, the city prosecutor and animal welfare director in their presentation given earlier today specifically targeted pit bulls and related breeds as seen in that presentation. I feel like the statistic of 90% of attacks on citizens misrepresents the real underlying issues, which can be low income or low socioeconomic status, irresponsible owners, and instead it actually illustrates the need for owner resources and regulation. The city prosecutor's presentation even lists some
Becky,
of the...
I'm sorry, I need you to wrap it up.
Okay, let me just go out to some solutions then. Many solutions have been proposed earlier today throughout the audience participation, but I would like to highlight the need to redirect the community to more progressive solutions for long-term change, such as redirecting the community outreach from
Okay, I think what we need to do is get you to mail that in, because we've really gone over, and I've given you as much time as I can. But you really had a good presentation. If you have it written down, I think you can turn it in.
Okay.
And we can go. And anybody that didn't get the opportunity to speak, you can turn in your ideas to your council member through email. All the emails are posted online, and it's a great way to do that. Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry, but we're out of time.
That's okay. I would just like to say that incentivizing dog training ownership classes, incentivizing homeowners to repair
Okay,
and
thank
improve
you.
fences and gates would definitely improve the quality of
Thank
our
you. And you
lives
did
in
a
our
good
community.
job, and you had good ideas. Thank you. Okay, now we'll just start down here with Councilman Warren.
Well, I'll start by saying that I don't believe anybody up here on this dais had any intention of doing a breed-specific ban. It's not even allowable under state law. I'm glad that everybody came out and showed their support. There's a lot of things that we can do. I'm going to go over this just really briefly, simply because I spent the night doing it. And it shouldn't go for naught. In Spain in 2014, the university did a study, analyzed 8 years of data, found no difference in bite incidents between regulated and unregulated breeds. They noted that small dogs actually have a higher bite rate. Netherlands, no. You might not like everything. Netherlands study, they tracked bite incidents before and after breed restrictions, and there was no difference, no change. The CDC risk factors, they examined 20 years of dog bite fatalities. They identified key environmental and owner-related factors. 76% of fatalities involved unaltered dogs. Now, there's a lot of people in this room that don't have their animals altered. That's part of the problem. So I know a lot of you don't like that. Believe me, I lived through the altered battle we had. Calgary, Canada. Focus on responsible pet ownership rather than breeds. Required elements, mandatory licensing, comprehensive bite prevention education, free training resources for owners. German approaches that they require owner certification for all dogs over 20 kilograms. Include mandatory training and temperament testing. It's not the dog's fault. I mean, it's the owner's fault for A, not paying attention, B, teaching the dog to be violent. The other, I mean, if we followed that whole theory, then we would ban all red Corvettes because, you know, they all speed. And we're not going to do that. So we need to look at it. The problem is with the owners. I mean, you boil it down, and that's where it's at. And I just hope that we can all, I think everybody up here wants to create an atmosphere and create a plan where we can make this better. Because I can tell you it's not acceptable. If you see the pictures that we just saw, it's not acceptable. If you see the dog bites that we saw, the things that our animal control officers have to deal with every day, it's not acceptable. You know, and people can boo and be unhappy and all that, but it's not acceptable. And the people have just as much responsibility. Me as a citizen, not as a council person, but me as a citizen, have a responsibility to make sure that my neighbors are following the rules. If my neighbors have a pit bull or a German Shepherd or whatever, and they're not keeping that dog in, and they're not making sure that it does what it's supposed to do, then I'm just as responsible as they are. I need to report that. I need to say, hey, let's make this right. And that's all I've got to say.
Okay, Ms. Williams.
I just have two things to say. We definitely want to keep our neighborhoods, our community safe for everyone. So it is the dog owner's responsibility to ensure that that is happening. I don't think we would be here today if that had been happening. We wouldn't even be having this conversation. But it is the dog owner's responsibility to ensure that your dog is well taken care of, that he is, that your neighbors are protected, as well as you are protected. So you have to be responsible. That's all I have.
Okay, Mr. Uyghur.
Thank you, Mayor. I would very much mimic what has been said thus far. Ownership responsibility has to be priority. Owners have to be held accountable for the behavior of their dogs. Perhaps we have some learning to do as a community on this. As Lawtonians, we love our dogs. That's very clear from the community itself. But perhaps maybe we ought to look into temperament testing, as Councilman Warren had suggested, looking at options of, is this dog being taught this with that temperament testing? And as a result, I would pose the question as well with these owners that would say, well, I am responsible with my dog. Well, the dog doesn't naturally go that way. they've been taught, they've been treated. I would pose the question at that point, how well has that citizen dog owner held up with keeping their dogs registered with the city? That is already in place and has been for years. That in many cases, I would suggest, probably isn't as it should be. But I know there are citizens that do keep up with that. So, Mayor, that's all I have to say.
Okay, Mr. Hampton.
Thank you, Mayor. We all have freedom here in the United States as citizens, and it's kind of a wonderful thing. Freedom is, but freedom comes with responsibility, and responsibility has to do with all of us living together. And living together is real difficult, and that's why we have rules, because rules give us boundaries. And if any of your family member got injured, and I'm not gonna look at dogs. I'm just gonna let's look at animals in general. I mean, there could be a bad billy goat. You know what I mean? I mean, if you have a bad animal, I mean, it's pretty evident if an animal has a bad temperament. I bring up a billy goat because I knew a bad billy goat that didn't like kids and did some, anyways. Point to fact is, you can't ignore the fact if somebody gets hurt. You know what I mean? And indeed, I agree with you that you can't ban one animal because you don't know if that, all the animals in that is bad. I used to have a Staffordshire Terrier, Blue Boy. He was a pretty good guy, but there were things that Blue Boy didn't like, and he showed he didn't like them. So. And I could tell if Blue Boy didn't like something if someone came to visit. Don't be doing that to Blue Boy, because Blue Boy is going to tell you he doesn't like it for some reason. So my point is animals are like human beings. I think that indeed we all have bad days, we all have good days, and ignoring the fact that and I think they pick on dogs like Blue Boy because they're just they're a big animal, you know what I mean? Blue's jaws were like a vice, and I saw a pit bull down in Florida. A lady was walking her dog, and the pit bull was a nice dog, but we heard screaming outside. We went out and looked, and my roommate's dog had a poodle's head in its mouth. He wasn't killing it or shaking it or doing anything. He just had his head in his mouth, and the lady was like panicking, and he went over there, and the dog let the poodle go, and everything was fine. My point for bringing that up is that he wasn't aggressive, but he was big, and he knew he was big, and things just happen. So no matter what, if somebody gets injured, I think somebody's got to be the person that says, hey, that's not going to happen. You've done it to your teenagers. You follow me? And we have the responsibility to try to do that. And as Councilman Warren said, I think that it's important that we look at ways to deal with that where it's going to be fair for everybody that has dogs and everybody that doesn't. Thank you, Mayor.
All right, Mr. Gill.
A bad billy goat? Seriously? I would just like for the citizens to know that I'm not coming for your dog. And the council up here, I can't speak for all of them, but I think the general consensus is we're not going to put a ban on pit bulls. Not at all. Thank you.
Ms. Chapman.
Well, definitely ditto, ditto, ditto. It's the owner's responsibility. These dogs need to have their license tagged and their shots. but also they need to be raised correctly. It's the owner, it goes back to the owner's responsibility every single time. This fighting dogs, boy, I hope that we have the highest prosecution to those people who do that, for sure. And like Councilman Gill said, I hope you can see and hear that we do not want to ban your dogs. We want them to be safe.
Mr. Smith.
Yeah, I'd like to thank each and every one of you that came out tonight. Your voice has been heard. We see the love and the passion that you have for your animals, your fur babies, your dogs. I still go back to saying that there's really no bad dogs, there's just bad owners. I would agree 100% that the council doesn't want to take away your dogs. The question here is how can we do what we need to do and not be evasive on your rights as animal owners? And I'm certain that there'll be some answers to that. They'll be studying more on that. But again, I'd just like to thank you guys for being here tonight. It really means a lot to me personally. Thank you.
Ms. Hankins.
I would say that we have existing rules. So if we follow the rules that are set, then that will help a lot, just that. And I see a lot of loose dogs, and I try to report those as soon as I can, because it is important to not have a dog just wandering around. We also, you had the suggestion that we hire more people to help at the animal control, and that's happened. I believe the city manager said we've hired 3 more, so that's been taken care of. And city manager told me not to say this. But I'm not very good at not saying what I'm not saying. I have a Westie, and I can't even manage the Westie. She bites me sometimes. So I need to take some lessons from you guys, probably. I'm sorry, John.
All right, thank you guys. And I'm going to tell you, I couldn't help but think as we were going through that presentation about our Kids First initiative and the importance of protecting kids and safe and clean neighborhoods. Now, the council all got a book. When there's transparency, I'm going to lay that book right here, and it's a book of pictures, because I think it's important that everybody have access to what we got. Now, I think that at the end of the day, this is an action item if the council wants it to be, and the only action I would know is that we've got to come up with a plan to put kids first when it comes to animal safety, dangerous dogs, however we want to put it. We've got to put kids first, please. And so maybe what the, ma'am, audience participation is over. Thank you. Maybe the staff needs to sit down and put their heads together and say, with available laws, what is it that we need to do to be better enforcement? But I also want to say this. All the enforcement costs your city a lot of money. And I'm not just talking about enforcement on animals. I'm talking about enforcement on everything. And you got to remember, if we can just get everybody to follow the rules, operating our cities a whole lot cheaper. Is there any action that this council would like to take on this? Then we're going to take a 5-minute break or more, maybe.
Cheers, cheers.
Council, please make your way back. Council, we're going to start in 1 minute. So somebody's left their keys up here. Somebody has left their keys. If you've lost your keys, please check in with the city manager, city clerk. Council, we're about to start. 10 seconds. Nine, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have a quorum, so the council is back in session. Okay, I assume we called the roll. If we didn't, we're in trouble.
Everybody's back.
We did call the roll?
No,
Okay.
we don't.
All right, now we're going to have presentation, Employee Spotlight Award, Peter Mortensen of Public Works. John.
We did call it.
Where's my proclamation?
Strike it.
Did you leave? Okay.
Good evening, everyone. Come on, Peter, I won't bite, I promise. So tonight we're recognizing Peter Mortensen. Peter works in the emergency, or the electronics communication department, part of Public Works, electronics maintenance. And he is an extremely responsive individual. He is kind of the emergency communications department go-to guy. He's called on regularly. He always responds promptly. He's very professional and courteous when he responds, and he provides world-class customer service on a daily basis. So we wanted to recognize him today. And just a reminder, the EAC Employee Spotlight Award is not a management-driven award. This is an award where Peter is nominated and awarded by his peers. So it's quite an honor to be selected for this award. So please give Peter a round of applause. Hold on, Mayor. We've got another award here for Peter. In addition to the Employee Spotlight Award, Peter is getting the Emergency Technologist of the Quarter Award, and this is an award given by the state 911 Management Authority. So quite an honor, Peter. Let me give this award to you. And this plaque as well, commemorating your nomination and selection. And so please give Peter another round of applause.
Quite an honor, Peter. Thank you. And, okay, the individual receiving the Citizen of the Month had to leave, so we'll move that to the next one. I think in the interest of time, we're going to move the mayor's New Year's address to the next meeting. And that'll bring up reports. We're going to start with Ward 1. Nothing. Ward 2. Ward 3. Y'all are already talked out. Ward 4. Maybe we ought to move these to the end of the meeting. Ward 5. Ward 6, 7, 8. Wow. Okay. Now we come up to audience participation. Audience participation. Lawton citizens who have completed a request to speak form and wish to address business not listed on the agenda may step forward at this time. Now, we do have some rules here, and I've got several people. Christina Lincoln, we do have the same rules. You can speak 3 minutes, and we only allow 9 minutes on any one subject. Is Christina Lincoln still here? And you have to be a Lawton citizen. Mark Lynn, I think Mark actually was one of the people on the D&D, and he just filled that out. And Kesa Whiteley. Kesa? Okay, Kesa, and we have your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Okay, is this on? Can y'all hear me? Awesome. I just wanted to say that on 2/23/23, we all sat in this room and City Council brought Westwind before us. Booker, Gill, Chapman, Hampton, Hankins, and Warren, you all were there and you voted yes. So essentially you all co-signed CMVR and Westwind. In fact, Hampton and Booker, you both mentioned like CMVR and COSON specifically. You encouraged all of us as citizens to look into CMVR. You specifically mentioned that all of CVMR's patents were about like environmentally friendly refining. Well then this month on the 6th, Westwind filed a lawsuit, and in the lawsuit they essentially claim that CVMR doesn't actually own the patents that would make the refining environmentally friendly. They also claimed that not only does CVMR not possess the ability to build the technology for the refinery, like for a refinery the size that Westwind wants to build, but they said that no one in the world has the ability to do so. They also said that building a refinery of this scale would cost more than anything that they were quoted. So I just wanted to know who exactly I could talk to at the city to be able to figure out what exactly this means for the city and its citizens.
So I will say this, the city's been completely open and transparent. The problem is KSWO did not completely explain what is going on. The Southwest Ledger had a very good article that explained everything that's going on, and I'd recommend you read that. Other than that, who does she need to contact, John? City manager's office? You can contact the city manager's office and submit your questions in writing.
Okay.
Thank you for coming. Okay, now, I had so many papers up here. I'm sure I've lost one. If somebody filled out, I don't want to keep you from talking if you filled out a paper and I missed it. So is there anybody else to speak on audience participation? All right, we're going to move on to the consent agenda. I've got strike 15. We're going to strike 15. And then on the irregular agenda, we're going to strike 26. But on the consent agenda, we're striking 15. I have no request to pull anything. Ms. Williams, I need you to speak a little louder. Or
9 and 14, please.
9 and 14?
Yes.
9, we're going to pull 9, and we're going to pull 14. Any others? Do I have a motion? Move to approve with those pulled and 15 struck. Is there a second? Second. Please vote. Okay, 8-0. Number 9, consider approving an agreement for professional services between the City of Lawton and Farzina Law Firm, PC, for their expertise with immigration law relating to employment visas for select City of Lawton employees, and authorize the mayor and city clerk to execute the agreement. And Ms. Williams has questions on this. Who's the source?
I can do that. We have that contract.
Ms. Williams, what are your questions?
What is this employee duty position? Is her status temporary? And how much is it costing us as far as renewal of the visa?
I can check with the law firm to see how much the total is on the renewal of the visa. I believe at the moment we have one employee who's on a visa.
That's correct. I'm only
Just the one,
I'm only
right?
tracking
Yeah.
one.
And what all were you wanting for that individual? Sorry. Oh, it's flashing green.
No, I'll turn mine off.
Those are all the questions that I had.
Okay, it's one. I think right now it's one. And what we do with that contract is they help with those. It's a very specialized form of law, and they run in certain courts, certain federal courts. And so these lawyers that just do immigration law know the judges, they know the process, and so it gives us kind of a leg up when we are dealing with these work visas.
Ms. Chapman.
John, I did have a question. Is this cost that's in the agreement only for this one employee, or will it also work for future non-U.S. citizens?
My belief is that it's a contract for services for anybody that we do employ who needs a work visa.
You didn't answer the question, what is her duty? What is the duty position?
Engineering.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what the exact position is, but what the exact title is.
Associate or assistant? Associate, okay. Associate city engineer.
Okay, if there are no more questions, do we have a motion?
Make a motion.
Make a motion for approval?
I do.
Is there a second? And we do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 14, consider approving an extendable operating and professional services agreement providing entertainment and fireworks for the 2025 Lawton Fort Sill Freedom Festival by Limelight Productions and authorizing the mayor and city clerk to execute the contract. Ms. Williams, your question for Jason.
Yes, I need to know how much funding was spent last year for this same particular event.
So for the event in its entirety is roughly about $178,000 for all of Lawton Fort Sill Freedom Festival for last year. Yes, Councilman Williams.
Thank you.
That was a two-day event?
Yeah, it's a two-day event with a drone show and the fireworks. The only place.
Correct.
in
And
the
that was a
state.
total cost. Do you have an average, I mean, like an attendance estimate?
So average attendance is, when you look at the vehicle traffic that comes in, we typically use the car counters. Unfortunately, this past year, the car counters didn't work out. But the entirety of the bowl in front of the amphitheater was filled. You could see by basically we ran out of parking. And then also simply the parking that goes into the Second Street shopping areas, we estimate about 30 to 40,000 people, which is almost half of the population of Lawton that comes out in some capacity to Elmer Thomas Park over those 2 days.
Okay. And we do have, I think we pay for a subscription at the chamber that can give you a more professional estimate. Encourage you to use that.
Yeah, we
Other
actually reached out
yes.
to the chamber, and they actually have a swipe system, and it'll track how many people are swiping cards. And when they did that, they actually looked at about 8,000 to 10,000 unique visitors. And what that means by unique visitors is that's actually drawing people into our community who don't normally shop here.
Oh, that's cool information. Okay, Ms. Williams.
Yeah, I have a question. No, I just want to make a statement. Thank you for all the hard work that you do. That event last year was just phenomenal. I live right around the block from it. Yeah. Yes. Yeah, I love Lawton Fort Sill. Yeah, we are going platinum. That's what we're headed to. But thank you.
Ms. Williams.
How much revenue did we make?
So the revenue for this event is essentially, as a city function, it's a break even. And one of the hard parts about a firework display and a drone show display is it's one shot and they're gone. One of the things about that we're working on is building up the community support and the sponsorships. And so this year, with the help with city marketing, we've actually already put together all of our brochures to start to offset the cost, and we are working towards building Lawton Fort Sill Freedom Festival to be more self-sufficient. One of the issues that we've had with Lawton Fort Sill Freedom Festival is also, one of the great aspects of it is that its legacy, that over 11 years ago, Keith Jackson, spearheaded it when fireworks were banned within the city limits. And so as a way of offsetting that was a $100,000 commitment to say that we're going to have the biggest show in Oklahoma for our citizens. We're taking fireworks away, but we're going to give the fireworks back in a controlled way that's safe for everybody. But that also set it up as a city function versus a citizen-led, driven, committees, going out and sourcing it and putting it together. So it's always been, since its inception, a very city-driven, city-funded event. And over the past 3-4 years, we've actually worked to bring in additional funds and sponsorships to start offsetting those costs and bringing in additional citizens to serve on a committee to assist in planning and reaching out and getting those sponsorships. So right now, it's a zero sum. It's not necessarily a revenue producer, but we're raising the money that's being expended.
More questions? Do we have a motion for approval? We have a motion for approval. Is there a second? Second. We do have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
Bringing up unfinished business, receive a presentation on conceptual plan and contingent upon council approving a resolution of reimbursement, consider approving amendment number 1 to the contract PR 2308 Elmer Thomas Park Amphitheater and Boardwalk Project with C.H. Guernsey for the design services on this project. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council, it's a pleasure to bring this one finally to you tonight for approval of design. We've been through months now of meetings and video presentations, and we're finally on the precipice of pushing it forward and starting what amounts to be really an amazing transformation of Elmer Thomas Park. This is really going to set that area apart and make it a crown jewel for Lawton and for the park system. And the visual impact of what you're going to see tonight really can't be overstated. So we're going to give you a brief presentation on that. We've got J.D. Clark, our staff architect, who we share with Guernsey. He's going to answer any questions and talk about it a little bit more.
Thank you, council member. Thank you, Mayor. City of Lawton, you guys are fantastic for approving the CIP and all the funds that are going into this. You guys are really transforming your city and showing the future investment in this city, and we're really happy to be a part of this. So we were tasked about a year ago from the City Council to do a study to develop a plan for an amphitheater, remodel, and a boardwalk and pedestrian bridge, and it spiraled into this really great plan all the way around Lake Helen in Elmer Thomas Park. And so we're really excited about that. And so we're here today to present it to everybody. So the area of focus is right around the lake specifically, a little bit over to the side of the 2 new playgrounds, the amphitheater, and then there's a small area between 3rd Street and the new aquatics center and an existing gravel parking lot. So in this plan, we've left room for the aquatic center to have future expansion. We've got 2 parking lots that are going in to add 150 spaces. We have a food truck area where we can park food trucks for events to better service the already great events you have in this park. We've redeveloped the existing amphitheater to be a better function. It's got a stage with an actual shell over it to increase the amount of performances we can do in there. There's a concession and bathrooms up at the top, a nice plaza that can be used for different events, not only just for the amphitheater. We've got boardwalks between the dam and the first existing peninsula, a small boathouse, and then more boardwalk from between the first and second peninsula, and then a pedestrian bridge that connects both sides of the lake. We've gone ahead and continued the trail all the way around the lake, and we have a lot of sculptures and art around there. We've got an observation tower on one of the third to really get this bird's eye perspective of the whole park. And then we added another pedestrian bridge, a smaller one on the north end, sculpture areas, adventure trails. We're gonna run through all those really quick. I know you've got short time, guys. So just looking here, we're looking north towards Fort Sill, and you can see our parking lots up there, amphitheater, pedestrian bridge going over the lake, and then just a quick nighttime view. So one of the focus here is to create a park that can be used even in the nighttime. We want to make it safe and secure, and by doing that, we're going to light up the park really well. And so this is just looking west, so we're above the dam, I-44, looking back. We also have I didn't mention earlier, we have a big Lawton Monument sign that's going to help. People can see it from Cash Road, from the park, and from 44. And so it's just kind of that, hey, you guys are entering Lawton and we're doing exciting things. And then a nighttime rendering of that same view. So zooming in on the amphitheater development, we've got 2 parking lots, the food truck and the plaza. In that plaza area, we have a splash pad that is a nice area to help cool down the plaza area so that people can congregate in the evenings and enjoy that space and not be scorching hot, because it does get a little hot in Lawton. We've redeveloped the amphitheater to actually have it terraced so that we can have seats and nice areas to sit, and then a stage down at the bottom. Some of the inspiration that we've talked back and forth with the council and with some of the people from the city just in deals. So we've looked at a couple different ideals here. And then this is that view from the plaza. So we're looking here in the plaza down towards the amphitheater. We've got our splash pad, which is just really part of that plaza area. Fun place for the kids to play, but also looks nice. And then we've got a lot of landscaping and little seating areas so that we can create areas that'll be used all the time, not just for events. And then view from the plaza down into the amphitheater area here. You can start to see that we've terraced the area so that you can get in there and have lots of nice seating. I think we're roughly around 6,000 people is what we're shooting for the seating area. And then a big shell space that can be used for lots of different events. We can have rigging on there to support lights and speakers, small storage space over to the side, and then still not limit our views back to the lake. Okay. And then, of course, we've got our Freedom Festival. So just trying to increase our experiences of being able to have nice things and get to increase those experiences at the Freedom Festival and really get to have a lot more fun. We can seat a lot more people in there than we could currently. And then just a view from the stage. The pedestrian bridge, we've got a small boathouse that could serve for renting out kayaks and little bitty man-operated boats. And then the pedestrian bridge is wide enough, it's 15 feet wide, and we've got these outcroppings that allow for people to go out there and sit out there and enjoy the sun or fish from those spots as well. And this helps us connect both sides of the lake so that it increases that traffic around the lake. We have a big interactive sculpture on the other side of the lake with lights that can color changing and really draw attention to the other side of the lake and increase that traffic flow. We have a fishing dock over there on that side as well. And then some concept images that we talked about for the pedestrian bridge. We also we have some signage opportunities over there to help promote the city of Lawton. We've looked at a bunch of different things, lighting it up, trying to make it as big and vibrant as your community is. And so with that, we go to some renderings here. We're on the pedestrian bridge here looking over towards that sculpture, and that Lawton sign's kind of peeking through the trees there. And you can see that we've got out on these outcroppings, you can fish or just sit out there. And then on the main pedestrian bridge, it's covered and it's got some trellis on there to help reduce some of that sun. It's also lit at night so that we have some color changing LEDs out there and really become part of that your Christmas event or your holiday in the park event, and we can reinforce those things that you already have going on. View from the water, because we're going to be trying to increase the water activity by having potentially kayaks and small little boats and stuff out there. So we're trying to get more experiences in the facilities you already have. And then an image from the end of the pedestrian bridge looking through that sculpture. You can see the Lawton sign back there in the background. And then we have just a small little boardwalk area that's on the north end of the lake just to create more access down to the water. And then this is, we're calling it an adventure trail. On the northwest corner of the lake, there's kind of a marshy area. And so this is just kind of like a fun thing for kids and adults to just kind of go through this fun area. It's still a park, you know, we want to celebrate the nature of it and be able to experience some of that. And then that same corner, looking back the other direction, we have an area we're kind of designated as a sculpture concept that we've been looking at. Wild buffalo were reintroduced in Lawton, Oklahoma. Teddy Roosevelt was part of that. Quanah Parker was part of that. And so maybe this is an opportunity to celebrate that event, the reintroduction of the buffalo into the wild. And then we also have a observation tower over there in the distance that you can see. Coming back around the other corner, we're looking back at that Lawton sign. That's three-sided so that we can see it from Cache, from the park, and from 44. And then we have the observation tower over in the corner. Observation tower up close. It's a little less than 75 feet tall because of building codes. There's a reason. But it provides really great views. And this is stairs only getting up there. So it's going to be quite a hike, but it'll be worth it because this is going to be your view from up there. So really get to see a lot of the park and the city of Lawton from up there. And so it provides a different perspective than what you normally see in that area. And so from here, we can see the pedestrian bridge, the sculptures, the boardwalk, and then these and your nice, beautiful playgrounds that you have over there too in the corner. On the boardwalk areas, we've tried to create these where they're providing access down to the water, but we also are making spaces that can be used for different events. And so we've got a couple different areas in there. We have covered seating in a bunch of areas, lots of landscaping, lots of opportunities for events. And so with this said, we're also looking at, we've been talking with Jason about being able to provide access down to that water during the Freedom Festival so you guys could watch fireworks with the lake right there in front of you. So we've looked at different material concepts on the boardwalk. How are we going to get down to the water? What's that look like? Are we going to have just direct access in some spots? Some spots we may have some protected access, shading devices, and so forth. Just a couple more concept images. And then we also talking about some of the landscape around there. These little hills provide a great opportunity. They're kind of low cost, but kids love them. They just, you know, get up there, roll down them, play up and down them. I've got 2 kids and they just love playing on crap like that. I mean, that's just one of their favorite things. And then there's other things we can do with some of the site furniture where it could be a simple table, but it's also a chess table, or some of the furniture can be, you know, help with getting fitness involved in your community and so forth. And then trying to create some of the landscape areas where we're a big open park, but we have smaller areas that are nice little cozy areas. And so we've got some of those up in the plaza, up in the amphitheater, but also some in the areas in the boardwalk. Quick view of from the lake looking over towards one of the boardwalks. This is the northwest boardwalk, we're calling it, the bigger boardwalk. And in this view, you can see up close, there's a raised little bench that's integrated in. And then there's stairs over to the side. It's a great opportunity for us to have small little venues where you have 50 people, a musician gets out there, and you guys have little events. And we've created spaces like this throughout the boardwalks and throughout the park so that we can better utilize your spaces and have a lot of opportunities for events and stuff like that, small events. And so that's that same area. These benches work great where you can sit there and look out on the lake and just enjoy the nature that we have there. It's a beautiful place. And then there's also these little outcroppings on the boardwalk just to kind of create these little smaller places to sit out there and trying to bring as much landscaping involved into these areas as well. Up a little higher on that same boardwalk, we're looking down, you can see some of those outcroppings. We've got a covered area that we're standing under right here. We've got a lot of trees that we're adding in, a lot of trees added throughout the entire park in this area. And then we're also breaking up some of that materials where we have and so we're trying to create so it's not just a sea of concrete. There's a breakup of those materials there with seating integrated into it. So we have steps that are seats, we have seats that are seats, and then we have just some of the structure that we've tried to create a different sitting environment and different places we can utilize the spaces for a lot of different things. And then we've also tried to incorporate these, call them like the front porch swings. It's just a little covered area with a swing in it, and we have those scattered around the lake just to create little spots of respite and really just an enjoyable experience for everybody. It's just another view of that top end of that boardwalk. We're looking over to the side. You can see those little hills that we've created. So the area between the existing playgrounds and the new boardwalk, it's a great little buffer area where we can add some hills and increase some of that area for the kids to play in a natural, good location. Parents can sit over on the boardwalk and enjoy the nice weather in the park, and the kids can kind of play over to the side. And then we got one of the covered structures there to help provide some additional shade for, in the winter when the trees drop their leaves. Looking here is the sidewalk down to the pedestrian bridge. This is kind of the area between the two boardwalks. Behind us would be the amphitheater. And so we're just trying to create this nice experience throughout around the entire lake. And then this is one of the other boardwalk areas, this is the southwest boardwalk. And we're looking at the boathouse and the pedestrian bridge off in the distance. We've talked about possibly using this area as another little event space and different things that we could do around there that really, could be a really nice little quiet event there. Looking from that same little further down on the actual boardwalk, looking down at the boathouse there. Something we didn't mention earlier is that the buildings that we're doing here, we're trying to create an identity with the park. So with the addition we're doing at McMahon, eventually the new exterior on the museum, and then also the aquatic center, we've tried to create a certain vocabulary with materials and forms, and we're trying to do those same things throughout this part of the addition and trying to make this whole park have a certain identity that's holistic. So here we are looking back towards that same area, boathouse there on the corner, and see the amphitheater shell there in the distance. Last feature is a pretty neat little feature here. We've got a waterfall. This is on the north side of the newest playground. And what we're going to do here is take some of the water from the existing splash pad and some of the runoff from the aquatic center and use that to run through this waterfall. And then we'll have some pumps so that this never stops, never goes dry. But really create this nice little atmosphere of an area that's already kind of swampy and wet, and let's make it a feature. And then we also are reclaiming water that would just go into waste anyways. And so it's a great opportunity to be environmentally friendly and make a beautiful thing.
Where's that in reference to the amphitheater?
It would be, the amphitheater is on the other side of the playgrounds.
Okay.
So this is on the north side of the playgrounds.
Okay, thank you.
We're looking towards 3rd Street, and then 6th Street would be off towards the right. And then a little higher up on that same waterfall feature, we created a little small area where we could have small events. You know, maybe this is I think it'd be a beautiful place to have a little wedding or just a little concert. It could be a really beautiful place. Lots of landscaping, lots of trees. And then conceptual schedule here, we've got a design phase starting in February through August, the end of August. Permitting, bidding, and review would run us through all the way to December, and then December through June 2027 would be construction so that we could be open for Freedom Festival 2027. I know that was a lot. I tried to be very quick. I know everybody here, not everybody's seen it, but that was originally about 80 slides. And so we've narrowed it down. I tried to be quick. I know you guys have a limited amount of time. This is a really great project for the city of Lawton. The citizens, I hope they're excited about it. I know Guernsey's very excited about it. Everybody I've shown it to in our company is like, this is going to be such a fun project. And they're really excited for the city of Lawton to do something like this.
Mayor,
Do we have questions? Yes, ma'am.
this is a game changer for Lawtoners. When I look at this is just wonderful. On the other side of this, I hope that the council and future councils will have the funding for maintenance and growth and security and sprinkler systems to continue that. This is going to be very, very important to make it keep looking like this and even better.
We do have to take care of what we do. Thank you for saying that. I think this is awesome and a game changer as well. Mr.
One
Hampton.
question, as far as the lake area, there's going to be some dredging to make it deeper and to change the whole water size of that also?
Yes, we're going to dredge the lake out. I forgot to mention that. There's a lot of stuff going on in the project, but yes, we're going to dredge the lake when we put the pedestrian bridge in. And we'll have to work within our engineering limits, but yes, we'll address the depth of it as much as we can. The area should stay the same, I think. We're trying to improve some of the embankments and make them better, but I think we're limited on the size.
JD, can you send the full presentation to all the council members and to me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Do you mean the one that we didn't edit down?
Yes, like the 80 slide one.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, what we're doing here is consider approving amendment number 1, but it's tied to the resolution of reimbursement was struck. So Dwayne, explain that to us.
So what we're asking you to do is approve the amendment to the existing contract, which gave them permission to do the concept, what you saw today. The amendment would be to authorize them to start the actual design process to get prepared for bid documents and that process. But it would be approved contingent upon us bringing back a resolution of reimbursement. We have the funding to do the contract amendment, but we want to do a reimbursement resolution so that we can recapture that from CIP funding.
Okay, so we pay for it with general fund money.
Correct.
And then get it back from the CIP. with
Correct.
money. Okay, I got you.
I got a
Yeah,
question,
sure.
Mayor. The plans, we talk about the complete project, even though we're talking about maybe phases, but the plans for the whole thing?
So we initially discussed doing this in phases, and what it boiled down to is when you put the whole thing together, if we did it in phases, it would cost several $1 million more over time. This is the whole ball of wax. We get it done in a 2-year window. It's completed. We save the inflationary cost running out for several years if we try to do it in phases, and it becomes the front step of the city of Lawton. So
Change our image as a city with people seeing that when they come in. Mr. Smith.
I'm just saying that, we're not gold, we're going platinum now,
Say it again.
So we're not going gold, we're going platinum with this.
There we go.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ms. Williams.
I didn't see my pink carriage.
pink carriage. We'll work on that.
I got one thing.
That's in the master plan.
I'm pretty sure I saw it in there. You better
So
look
is
at
that
those
like,
pictures again.
is that like 27 will look like heaven?
There you go. I love it. Look at George.
We might
Oh
be
my
able to find a
gosh.
way to put a bad
Mr. Warren.
billy goat in there.
I just wanted to say that if everything works the way it's supposed to, and it looks like it's going to, end of 27, first part of 28, we're going to have an aquatic center, we're going to have a youth sports center, and we're going to have the most magnificent entryway in the state of Oklahoma.
Made possible
By the
citizens who have a passion for progress and voted for Propel 2040. Other comments? Seeing none, do I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Second.
Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0, and I presume since we're striking the resolution for reimbursement and it's contingent, it becomes effective next council meeting? Okay. All right. Okay, thank you. Item number 21, conduct an election of a mayor pro tem for calendar year 2025 and take action as deemed necessary. Council, I want to tell you, since Randy Warren has been the mayor pro tem, we have gotten so much done, and it very much has something to do with that. And I don't want to say he doesn't work at his job, but he sits at that computer looking stuff up, developing plans, doing the artificial intelligence thing, and I am so impressed with what Randy Warren brings to this council. And I hope that you will bring him back as Mayor Pro Tem because I believe he's valuable. Having said that, are there any motions for Mayor Pro Tem?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Do I have the phone?
You got it.
Okay. The phone, it's late. I want to nominate Randy Warren for Mayor Pro Tem. He has the most time on the council. A new council member should look to Mr. Warren, I was going to say Randy, Mr. Warren for leadership because he's well informed and he's just good at what he does. So I think we should have him for Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, and I'll accept that nomination as a motion. Is there a second? We do have a second. And discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Thank you guys very much. Welcome back, Randy. Number 22, hold a public hearing and consider a resolution requested administratively to amend the 2030 land use plan by adding track 3, more particularly described below, located at 8902 Southwest 11th Street, also known as part of the city's landfill, as industrial, and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. And before you go, I need an IT person to get my iPad working. I can't pull up the agenda. Okay, Christie.
Okay, this is a land use amendment to add the recently added piece of the landfill to the land use map. It was annexed into the city beginning of 2024, and so this would just be adding it to the land use map as industrial use.
Okay, and this is expansion of the landfill.
Yeah, the expansion of the landfill that we did just to the east of the current landfill.
Okay, council, this is your opportunity to ask questions. Remember, we hold comments till after the public hearing. Any questions?
I have one. It will
Okay.
be used for landfill.
Yes.
Turn on your...
Yes. It will be used for landfill.
Yes, that's where the monitoring station and stuff like that is, yes.
Okay, at this time, I open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward on this item, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council, do we have comments or a motion?
Make a motion to approve.
Have a motion for approval. Did I hear a second? Ms. Williams, discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item 23, hold a public hearing and consider an ordinance requested administratively to change the zoning and a request for a use permitted on review for property located at 8902 Southwest 11th Street, also known as the city's landfill, and take appropriate action as deemed necessary. Christie.
Okay, this is the companion item to the one that we just did. This would be for a rezoning request for track 1 and 2 from A1 to I4 heavy industrial, and then to change track 3 from temp I4 to permanent I4. This would also need to be a use permitted on review. A junkyard landfill is not an outright permitted use in I4, but it is a use permitted on review, so we would also need to approve that also. Any questions?
Seeing none, I will open the public hearing. Anybody wishing to come forward on this item, please do so at this time. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Council? Motion for approval in a second. Discussion or debate?
Waive the reading. Waive the reading. Waive the reading. Waive the reading of the ordinance. I accept that.
Okay. Okay, and who made the motion?
I did. I accept that change.
Okay, so we're waiving the reading of the ordinance and read the title only. Is there any discussion or debate? Please read the title.
An ordinance changing the existing zoning classification from the A1 General Agriculture District to I4 Heavy Industrial District zoning classification on the tracts of land which are hereinafter more particularly described in Section 1, and temporary I4 Heavy Industrial District to I4 Heavy Industrial District zoning classification on the tract of land which is hereinafter more particularly described in Section 2 hereof.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Bringing up item 24, receive a briefing on the pavement maintenance program guide to be implemented by the Public Works Department and take any action deemed necessary. Michael.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I will make this a brief briefing. Long story short, this was requested in September of 23, and this guide is is the product that was requested in 23. It's passed by the Streets and Bridges Committee earlier this month, and just bring it up to the council so that you have the chance to review it and look at it yourselves.
Gill.
Mr. Mayor, this was presented to the Streets and Bridges. It was approved. It's something that's been in the progress for over a year. I think everyone on the council has had an opportunity to look at it. It's a good program, especially since we've never had one. So with that being said, I make a motion that we approve this.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Discussion or debate, and I've got some discussion. I feel like that our street program, it may have been here before, but not in my lifetime, or not in my adult lifetime. And we are making progress at such a rate that it's hard to believe. I'm very concerned that when we're gone, it will revert back. And I feel like there has to be some way to warn future councils of changing this. Now, are we making this a council policy?
No, sir, this is sorry,
Pardon me?
Councilman Gill, if you wanted to.
It's an ordinance.
It's an ordinance?
So
It's not an ordinance.
This particular policy or this particular guide is just a guide. We do have a plan and we have a policy that is meeting the next Streets and Bridges Committee, which that would be the actual policy that would be put into effect for this.
Okay, so we're making it a policy, a council policy that can only be changed by the council.
This guide will not, but there's a council policy that will be, there should be at the next council meeting, assuming it's approved at the Streets and Bridges.
Okay, so what I want to know is what does it take to change the guide?
The guide can be changed as needed, based off of current.
By who?
Normally by Public Works, debating or depending on new guidance or new policies and new
Okay,
procedures.
no offense, we have a great team right now, but we don't know that we're always going to have a great team. And it was some staff in the past that got our street program where it was. And there's just no denying that. And so somehow we've got to work something in this that this is not changed without the council. Well, you can't buy them future councils.
Well, we're going to bring it back as a council policy, and once that's,
Even then, it can be changed. And my point is that somehow you've got to tell the story to people 20 years from now, 15 years from now, when we're all gone, including staff members, of where we were where we got to in our street policy, and warn them of making changes to a successful program. Because we have too many things come across here that frankly, there's no way we can understand everything that's put in front of us and vote on. I remember something that we voted on, multiple things actually, where we did not understand what we were voting on. And I don't know what the answer is. Maybe the story needs to be put in the front of this guidebook, and the councils need to be told the story, because we're making progress and people can't believe it. And it didn't have to get to where it was. And so I think we need to pass this, but I'm just telling you, when that policy comes back, there has to be a way to protect going back to the way it was. Mr. Gill.
Michael, okay, with the companion document that I'm reviewing right now that we're going to present at the next Streets and Bridges, if that's passed, will that make this policy tonight that we're voting to accept a law they can't change without council approval? What we're after is any changes in this policy has to be approved by council.
Correct. So in the companion policy, there is a clause or a statement in there that council will need to, the Streets and Bridges Committee will need to read the pavement maintenance policy, which goes into what the mayor was talking about, making sure that they understand where we came from and where we're going with that.
Once the Streets and Bridges approves that, it will still go to council for final approval? Correct, yes. And so it will take council to change anything in that. That's what we're after. Okay, I think we've got it covered.
Mayor, it sounds like...
We don't. That does not tell future councils what's going on. I'll visit with you later.
Okay.
I think I've got a plan.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I was just going to say, what you're asking is more in line with a charter change. Like if you want to make it very difficult for future councils to amend or change something, that's really what you're getting at. A council policy can be amended at any time by the council. So if you want something to truly have a lasting impact, it needs to be in the charter.
Well, I'd like to know how you do that, but we will talk about
Vote
that
of the
when we do it.
people.
And thank you for that. Any further comments?
Thank you.
And what action do you have on this, Mr. Gill?
Well, at this particular point in time, I still have a motion to approve this because we need to make it as official as we can till we do something later.
Okay, so you motion to approve?
I do. Motion to approve it.
And do we have a second? We have a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item number 25, consider authorizing Mayor Booker to engage Crawford and Associates to conduct an efficiency study to compare the city of Lawton with 6 peer cities and take action as deemed necessary. Council, what this is about is OML was actually going to take this up and try to standardize where different departments could report data, and that kind of hit a snag, and I failed to keep it going with the events of my life this last year. So what I'm asking for, I visited with Frank Crawford, who's a municipal auditor and understands municipal business. And I said, Frank, here's the problem that we have. And I used the example of our parks department. We don't know how to compare parks with other cities because I'm going to use Norman as my example. Norman, the street department mows all the road right-of-ways, but in Lawton, it's the parks department that mows. And we could have other things like that that make it difficult for us to really get a measure that our city manager can use and that we can use as we look and try to find where inefficiencies are throughout the organization. So what this is about is getting data on every department and getting it to where not only we, but the council can, not only the council, but the staff, is particularly the city manager and directors, can look at and get apples to apples comparison. And he felt sure that he could do that, and I'm going to tell you, I honestly believe with what Crawford and Associate does, that his organization may be the only one that can do that for us, and not at an expensive rate. And so we estimated this at $25,000. And so I'd be happy to answer any questions, but I think I've explained it kind of where it is. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Uyghur.
Sir, I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and proceed with this.
Okay, Mr. Uyghur makes a motion. We have a second. Discussion or debate? Ms. Williams.
Okay, which studies did you say? I know you said parks, so we talking about every department?
He'll look at everything.
Oh, everything, every department, okay.
Yeah, every department.
Okay.
This is a very broad, every department, okay? Please vote. Motion carries 8-0.
Didn't take long.
Consider 27, consider approving Council Policy 4-07. 26 was struck.
Oh, okay.
That's right, isn't it? 26 was struck. Okay, 27, consider approving Council Policy 4-07, allocation of a portion of city's use tax to support Propel 2040 projects. Tim.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. So as the council's aware, we have a Propel 2040 where 2 1/8 cents is used for CIP projects. And so this item's brought at the mayor's request, and what we're doing with this council policy is essentially we're wanting to capture the similar percentage or amount of our use tax, our city use tax, and direct that use tax, that same percentage, be allocated to our CIP projects so we can fund all these wonderful projects that we have on our CIP. And that's what this policy does.
The effective date is October 1 because that's the date Propel 2040 went into effect, which is the first day of the next quarter after the citizens passed it. And when we did the budgeting and projections, we included this in those budgeting projections, and so it's necessary to do what we wanted, what the citizens expect. Any questions? If not, I entertain a motion.
Motion to accept this.
Motion to accept, and a second. Discussion or debate? Please vote. You guys are knocking these out pretty quick, and that motion carries 8-0. 28, discuss formation of street, bridges, building and development review committee, conflicts with existing committees and commissions, and provide direction to staff on future action to establish a streets, bridges, building and development review committee and eliminate conflicts in city code. John.
I'm going to apologize for this slideshow up front. This was done Friday, kind of to get. I was in my car coming back from Stroud. And we don't have a ton of information yet because I've talked to Councilor Gill a little bit, and what we want to get is some guidance from the council on how we want to form this, and I've got a pretty good idea to present. We're wanting to do a Streets, Bridges, Building Development Committee that primarily, if I've got this right, would promote development within city limits and do that through assisting with infrastructure, kind of take on the Traffic Commission duties as well, if I'm reading the intent correctly.
And continue the street and bridges.
Right, and continue what the
oversight.
Street and Bridges is doing as well.
Right.
So,
Do you want it to have the same chairman, myself, and my board members, or a
No,
separate?
it'll all be staffed the same.
Okay.
and at this point, yeah,
Initially.
we would probably just put that in either the section where the Traffic Commission is now, just amend that section and put those duties in there and make it an ordinance commission or a code commission. We had talked a little bit about some conflicts. One of those was potentially with the Building Code Appeals Board. And after we talked and had some discussion, I think there really is no conflict there. The Building Code Appeals Board mainly is taking appeals from interpretation of building code. Oh.
Okay, so what do you need from us?
I'm just making sure that this is the guidance. What our plan is at legal is to form this committee where the traffic commission is at the moment. We will eliminate the traffic commission and form that into the street bridges building committee or commission.
I have geared my committee for that.
Okay.
I've talked to my fellow council people on that board.
Okay.
And they're just really ecstatic about doing it.
Okay. And then there's also the performance of Charlotte, what is that one called? I forget every time. Process oversight. Now, process and oversight looks at efficiencies across the city. There might be some conflict there, and that's the thing I really kind of wanted to clarify tonight was, do we keep that?
I don't think it's a problem. It's all
Okay.
elected officials.
Sure.
They can look into anything
Okay.
they want anyway.
This is something we've had some discussions with the city, and that's all we need at this point is just guidance on
Yeah.
how to move forward. Do we want to eliminate just the traffic
Since
commission?
I'm the chairman of the
Okay.
processes and oversight, I can assure you I'm not
Okay.
going to be looking into what they're doing.
Okay.
Okay?
So we will keep that one, and I will get these changes made for streets and bridges and building.
Okay, so no action is necessary.
We've already essentially been directed to look at this, so I can get it moving. We just wanted to get some clarification from the council.
Okay, wonderful. That was 28.
Mm-hmm.
29, we've already done. That was fun. 30, received a report from the Lawton Police Department on data related to burglaries within the city of Lawton. Discuss matters related to the Lawton Police Department and take action as deemed necessary. Chief,
Good afternoon, or good evening.
looks
Mayor,
like you
City
got good
Council.
news for us.
Yes, sir. In your council packet, provided a chart that shows the past 10 years of burglaries reported in the city of Lawton. In there, went back to 2013 when we had 1,485 burglaries that were reported. If you look at the chart that goes down to 2024, it shows that in 2024, it was 839 burglaries that was reported. And if you do the comparison, Lawton has experienced over those past 10 years a reduction of 43.5% reduction in burglaries. In 2022, we had 844, and compared to 2023, we had 818, and that's a reduction of just a little over 3% in burglaries reported. And there's a little uptick in 2024 of last year at 837. And as you see, there's the chart that shows there's been a steady decline in burglaries since 2013. And there are several ways that we report. We receive reports for burglaries. Of course, our call to dispatch. Officers are receive the calls, and they go out there and to the scene. Also, citizens can call into the police station, talk to our desk officer. He can take a report online, or they can come to the police station and take a report. And we also do online reporting. So if a citizen wants to report some issues, they can do it online from the comfort of their home. I can go in more details. I can take some questions or wherever you like.
Thank you for all of this. Now, I'm going to tell you why I wanted this on the agenda. I knew that we had been solving some burglaries, and I'm under the impression when you solve one, you solve several. But I'm getting some people telling me that we're not responding to burglary calls, and I'm like, that's not right. Chief stood before the council and said we're responding to all of them. So what I want to do, I had no idea that the data was this good. And so really what I want is for you to reassure everybody that we are answering burglary calls. And here's the reason. It's all about the opinion people have of the police and the city. Because when they're violated with a burglary, they want to know that somebody cares and is going to come out, and they want to know that somebody's going to be looking for whoever violated them. And so really that's what this is about. And are we responding to all burglary calls that come in?
Sir, our policies and my instructions to my watch commanders that they instruct our officers at our briefings, our roll calls, that we do respond when we are called to a scene, when we are dispatched. So I want to reassure our citizens, our public, that when we are called, we will respond. Now, there are some cases where it may be a larger response time because of prioritizing calls, but we do respond.
Thank you for that. I appreciate that very much. And no more did this hit was it posted, then I got a call from somebody saying that's using FBI data and the FBI have changed the way that they report data. And I'm like, well, what's that all about? But I've got to thinking, I've heard you talk about that. How does that affect these numbers? And is that the reason we're seeing a decline, or why do you feel like we're seeing such a good decline?
Well, sir, the first part, you're right. We did go to a different reporting system. Used to be the Uniform Crime Report. Now it's called NIPERS, the National Incident Reporting System. And the reporting system kind of changed. We report our numbers to OSBI. They report their numbers to the FBI. And if you look at all the different websites, our numbers match each other. So the reporting system have changed a little bit, but we are still responding to those calls, and we are reporting the accurate number of calls of burglaries or homicides or whether assaults that we are getting.
Okay, so if we looked at our numbers here, let's just take for instance the last number, 839. That would the 839 that the FBI reports is the same number we would have here.
Yes.
Burglaries called in.
Yes.
Okay, here's what I think I'd like to see, because I believe, I'm going to tell you, I think this is very important that the citizens know we're doing a good job and know that we're responding to burglaries. And I think what we need is like maybe quarterly reports where we have the calls received and the calls answered and the burglary solved. And when we get a burglary solved, maybe we can estimate how many burglaries that covers. Is there a way to do that?
It varies, because if there's a crime spree that's going out, and one of the things the detectives look for is patterns. So if there's a pattern that meets certain criteria, they will look, and they may solve one burglary, or they may solve 20. All depends on if all of that is interconnected. Mm-hmm. And just one success story, just a couple of weeks ago, we got called to a local business here in town, and we found the guy hiding inside the bathroom. So our response time was quick, and we was able to stop him while he was still inside the business. Yeah.
And there was another one I saw on Facebook where local business leader Larry Neal had his home broke into, and you guys solved it. And I saw somebody showed that to me on Facebook. I try to stay off of there. But
well, also like to say, thank you all for investing in the technology that we are getting. Just last week, one of the local companies was talking to us about some copper theft. And while we was in the meeting, they were describing a vehicle that was in the area as possible suspect vehicle. And within about 30 seconds in that meeting, we were able to go through a technology, locate that vehicle, and now we have a suspect, and our detectives and officers are looking for him now.
That's going to be huge. Now, are we using all the technology available to solve burglaries? And I'm going to tell you why I focus on burglaries. I'm going to tell you, there's nothing worse than being violated by somebody breaking into your home, and people are scared, and I don't blame them. I've never had my home broken into, but I would be scared if my home got broken into. And are we providing you with the technology that you need to solve all of this and continue this decline?
That's kind of a loaded question.
Well, it really wasn't.
But because we can always use more technology. The flock cameras has been a tremendous help for us.
Have they helped you with burglaries?
In that one instance, it have. They've helped us solve some homicides, stolen cars, and one of the technology pieces that we're looking at with our Exxon platform that we're getting, they have the Fusus cameras that we could integrate with businesses and homeowners that can help solve some of our burglaries. And one of the things that when our detectives go out, they look for people's rain bell door cameras. They're asking for that information, and also businesses that have a camera system that has been a tremendous help.
Okay. All right. Well, I commend you for what we're seeing here. And my only disappointment in this is that we have not built trust with the citizens by putting this out. We need to be bragging on these numbers, bragging on these decreases. I do think that 2021 was kind of understandable because everybody was home. Kind of hard to burglarize a house when you're home, but it happens. But anyway, I commend you and the officers and the detectives, because solving these, I think, is very important to cutting them. And so I commend you guys for that. Counsel, Mr. Gill.
Chief, I had a question. Actually, I had this before tonight, but you could see from tonight during the D&D that we had a lot of people here talking about fires and houses and all the burnings that are going on from the people breaking in, the homeless, and et cetera. So I've got a two-part question that I'd like to get information on. And number one, or the first part of the question is, do we have any kind of record on how many fires are being reported that we're responding to? And are we making those responses to those fires in a timely manner? And then secondly, have we had any prosecutions whatsoever from all these different fires that we have had? I know that's not your job to prosecute them, but it's your job to get them there. And I know the fire chief does a lot of the investigating too. But I'm getting a lot of questions on a lot of these homes that are getting burned up, and we just don't always catch them. I understand that. That's just going to happen. But don't seem to have any information.
Well, I like to defer to the fire chief, but yeah, we do respond to those. To answer part of your question, do I have that data? I don't have it with me right now.
Okay.
Maybe fire chief may have that.
I'm going to shoot from the hip and say approximately
Shoot from the hip, I like
30,
that.
about 30% of the structure fires we had last year. We had 171 structure fires in Lawton in 2024. Approximately 30% of them were believed to be started by homeless or vagrants. The problem with the homeless and vagrant fires, it's not arson, and by the definition of arson in the law. Now, we're working through that, and part of it is have people that are in homes where they shouldn't be, but most of the time before we get there, they're gone. And when you start trying to talk to homeless people on the street, they don't talk about each other. There's not that. And so we can find the cause, we can know what's causing it. It's very common fires that are being caused by common people in common vacated homes, but we don't have the ability to say it was this person here or there.
Are we catching anybody setting these
Yes,
fires?
we are. I don't have those numbers. I can bring those.
Are we getting any prosecutions out of any of it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I will get those numbers from a fire
Because
marshal's
I would
office.
assume if there's a fire, the fire department may or may not be called, but one way or the other, the police are going to be there sooner or later, and you'd have to be there real soon in most cases, I understand, to catch them. I know how that works, but I'm just saying, out of all that we have, if we could, do something to get more prosecutions, I'm not sure that would help, but.
If you would like, Councilman Gill, I can bring you a report to that next council
Yes,
meeting.
I would.
And that way we can give you firm information rather than me shooting from the hip.
Yeah, no, that's fine. I appreciate it. Because I'm really interested in mainly the vacancy houses, the vacant houses that get burned.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Hampton.
Yeah, Chief, this question for you. A specific technology question. With the technology that's available, I know writing the report when the police go out to the house or business, there's a writing of a report. Is the technology we have streamlining that to make it easier and quicker for the officers?
Yes, the officers are using we call it MDTs, motor data tablet that they can use to write the reports and get it back to the station quicker.
Yeah, I was just thinking that if there was a barrage of burglaries that maybe happened at one time or something, we didn't have enough officers, that the technology is out there where if we had sentinels or something like that, that they could add in to try to get those reports done, because I'm sure that the numbers we're looking at have to do with those reports that are being written on the initial contact. I don't know, but I'm just speculating that. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you.
Just a quick, Mayor and Council, I provided IT with a program that may or may not be able to use machine learning to predict burglaries, where and when, using data from the past. And if we can play with that a little bit, and I didn't direct them to do it. I made sure they knew not to do anything with it, but they do have it. And if we can make it work, it would be very interesting to see if it does actually work.
Mr. Smith.
Hey, Chief, thank you for being here. I think you guys are doing an outstanding job. The number one problem that I see when it comes to law enforcement is the lack of citizens' participation. Because I really and truly feel like that the citizens take ownership of the neighborhoods, then they report the crime. People that are evil don't want to go to neighborhoods that are well policed. You have a very successful neighborhood watch in Mission Village with Richard Botts, and he has done great things. The Salvation Army and I drove day before yesterday, in Lawton Heights, and it was amazing to me the amount of homeless people I've seen, the amount of burnout houses in the roads. But I ran across one interesting fellow who said, we used to have a neighborhood watch. I would love to re-engage that again. I just feel like that we need to do something that will enhance the citizens' involvement, because we can have all the technology in the world, but man, your citizens have to be your eyes and your ears. But thank you for everything.
Well, thank you very much. And we do have neighborhood watch programs. Ms. Chapman has a very active neighborhood watch program, and we need to get more up. We had some that kind of dropped off because of lack of participation, but still, and you're right, we do need our citizens involved, and that's one of the things that help us solve our crimes. Technology, but also our citizens coming forth and helping us.
Okay, now I have asked the clerk to get me all the information where we talked about neighborhood watches in the last year or so. And for some reason, that's kind of fallen down the radar, and you brought it up, so it's bringing it back up the radar. We will have an agenda item to discuss that and determine where we're going to go. But I do want to tell you that you can start neighborhood watches in your ward, and you will receive city support, okay? And Chief, I just want to say, and I think I speak for the council, we want to know what technology you need. Even if it's more, even if it ends up being more than's in the CIP, we want to know so we can try to figure it out when we can. or the next time we go to CIP, put more in there. Because the citizens want you to have all the technology you need to get that number to zero. And that may be near impossible. I don't want to say impossible, but that's what the citizens want, and I think they want you to have the best technology. Any other comments, council? Great job, and I want you to do me a favor. I want you to take this back to your officers. Thank you. I'm proud of these numbers.
Well, thank you, and this is the hard work of our officers and detectives that make this work each and every day with the support of our citizens.
Yep.
So thank you.
Thank you. All right, and that brings up staff reports. Receive a report on the use of fluoride in Lawton's drinking water. Rusty.
Yes, the presentation is going to be given by Carl Gray, who is the water treatment plant superintendent.
Carl.
Yes, sir. So is Andy Daddy. So the city of Lawton, we feed fluoride. What is fluoride? Fluoride is a mineral. It's naturally present, water, soil, many other sources. And it's also available as a dietary supplement. Fluoride is the ionic form of the element fluorine, and it inhibits or reverses the intonation and progression of dental caries, that is, dental cavities. It stimulates new bone formation. 98% of the fluoride is actually stored in the skeletal. Soil, water, plants, food contain trace amounts of fluoride. Most of the fluoride that people consume actually comes from fluoridated water, foods and beverages that's prepared with fluoridated water, and toothpaste and other dental products. Benefits: water fluoridation is the best method to deliver fluoride to all members of the community. So regardless of age, education, social, economic level, that fluoridated water reaches the public. Fluoride's effectiveness in preventing tooth decay extends throughout one's life. It results in fewer and less severe cavities. In fact, each generation born over the past 70 years has experienced better dental health than the previous generations before it. Historically, the range of 0.7 to 1.25 milligrams per liter was maintained to reduce the prevalence and incidence of dental cavities in primary and permanent teeth, and was low enough not to cause dental fluorosis. In recognition of the impact that water fluoridation has had on oral and general health of the public, in 1999, Centers for Disease Control, CDC, named fluoridation of drinking water as one of the 10 great public health achievements in the 20th century. Hydrofluorosilicic acid is a very acidic chemical. It has a pH of 1 to 2. So there are obviously some drawbacks about feeding this chemical, as all chemical safety practices have to be strictly enforced and adhered to, and there has to be proper training for all employees that come in contact or deal with this chemical. Spoke a minute ago about dental fluorosis. Dental fluorosis is actually a change in the appearance of the tooth enamel, and this occurs when younger children consume too much fluoride from all sources in over long periods of time. So you actually get brown molted spots on the teeth. So in 2015, the U.S. Department of Health, using best available science, established recommended concentrations for fluoride in the water and essentially set it at 0.7 milligrams per liter. This level effectively reduces tooth decay, but at the same time minimizes any incidence of dental fluorosis occurring. Medicine Park Water Treatment Plant adds hydrofluorosilicic acid to maintain a 0.7 milligrams per liter fluoride in our drinking water. This residual is below any of the bad limits that EPA has set. As far as EPA doesn't require that you feed fluoride, but if you do, they strictly regulate how much that you have to feed and all the reporting requirements. So the U.S. Department of Health updated its 1962 drinking water standards to communities that water fluoridation to establish a single value of 0.7 milligrams per liter as the optimum concentration for fluoride in drinking water. This concentration provides the best balance of protection from tooth decay and limiting the risk of dental fluorosis. The Medicine Park Water Treatment Plant budget is approximately $29,000 per year for fluoride. That breaks down as to basically 2 tractor-trailer semi-loads a year that we go through, with the chemical weight of about 45,000 pounds per truck. Current cost of fluoride is about 31 cents per pound. Any comments or questions that you'd have for me?
Any comments or questions? All right.
Why are you telling us this now?
Well, I was asked to.
Okay. I mean, is there something we should know?
Well, there's several projects.
John.
Councilman Gill, I asked for this to be put on the agenda. There was a lot of discussion about whether or not Lawton was going to change. Lots of communities all over the nation have, so I just wanted to put this on there for informational purposes.
And as from the report, you see, we spend $29,000 a year. So it's not considering how much chemical we purchase for the plants, $2 to $3 million is just a very minute part of the budget.
I have one quick question. I know it occurs naturally in water, just like lake water or what. Do you have of your hands on the amount per liter of that occurs naturally?
So our raw water is typically around 0.23 milligrams per liter. So we can add just a little under 0.5 parts to get to the 0.7. And that's pretty stable. It doesn't really fluctuate a lot. That is one of the challenges with the new well drilling projects that we have, is that the wells have much higher levels of fluoride. And treating fluoride out, taking it out, is a much bigger challenge. So the wells that we're drilling are in the neighborhood of 6 to 7 milligrams per liter, not point, but 6 or 7. So the treatment process for the wells to remove the fluoride requires additional treatment. So that is a challenge on the wells that we're drilling.
The military towns generally have more fluoride than towns that don't have military bases. I had read that at some point that they actually, military towns, us being one, put and use a lot of fluoride. Do you know?
As far as military, I haven't seen any data on that specifically. Most of the places that have quit feeding fluoride is a budgetary issue.
Okay, thank you. George.
Quick, you mentioned the wells, but we have to remember that even though it has more fluoride, we only use those wells in case of emergency.
That's correct.
It's much better to have water if it's an emergency than worry about chloride.
Yeah, but we are able to treat it out with the design that we're having.
Either way, I just wanted it out.
And even if we couldn't treat it out, you would still have sanitary water and you would still have fire protection. So that...
Okay, thank you guys. Appreciate that fluoride report. Number 32, provide City Council with an update on the monthly sales tax revenue for the month of December reporting. Rebecca.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In your packets, you have 4 little graphs in front of you, and those graphs are representative of what we collected in December. However, December's revenue is what was actually spent in October. I want you to keep that in mind. So the report for December is October, and we're declining 1% at this point. Our trend is 1% down. So I want to encourage Lawtonians to go out and spend their money locally.
But your red line is your budget expectation. That's what you need to be okay on the budget.
That is absolutely correct.
Your green line, monthly average, explain that. Because your 2025 actual is way above your budget expectation.
So our budget expectation number comes from a combined 3-year average, which you don't have the averages on your paperwork, but that's what that line represents, is 3 years average. for a monthly expectation.
Expectation is 3-year average. Is that what you said? The use tax, what are these? I don't see the code for these colors on the use tax.
So it'll be green on the use tax side, where it was blue that we wanted to see over on the sales tax. The use tax is the green line. Green is the actual, red is the average. Pardon me? I do too. The blue one is the budget expectation.
Actual, green is actual?
That's correct.
Do you have a way you can tell us year to date? Can you add that to your report?
Yes,
Year
I will.
to date, so that we have an idea of what we're bringing in above the budgetary needs. Is that the right way to say it?
Yes. It's represented monthly there. You can see the line for this fiscal year, but yes, I will add the numbers.
So on the Propel 2040, looks like it's the same as what's above. I guess it would be because it's a percentage of it, right?
Correct.
Although the dollar amounts on the left appear to be the same. I don't know if those are dollars, but... All right. Any questions? Okay, thank you. Now, hold your seat. Provide City Council with an update on the FY 2024 audit process. Rebecca.
Mayor and Council, we're working on the audit for FY 2024. We are actively communicating daily with our auditors. They are engaged to meet the March deadline. We do have one delay, and that's just a component unit's annual audit for 2024. So we are working, staff is working with them to expedite that and see that it does not hold us up.
Wonderful. We're still looking forward to being totally caught up the first meeting of March.
That is the goal, yes, sir.
All right, that's where we're going. Now I need a motion to go to executive session. I've got it. Who's the second? We got a second. Call the roll, please.
Hankins.
Thank
Smith,
you, Rebecca.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
you're really gonna stay here till the last dog is dead?
I don't know.
Yeah, it's gonna be long.
I believe you presented it.
Okay, we're back from executive session. Who's making a motion for us to come back? Okay, motion by Gill, second by Chapman. Happily. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith.
Yes.
Chapman. Gill. Gill.
Yes.
Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Present.
Warren.
To return.
Okay, hold on. I don't know. Item number 34, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the governing body convened an executive session to discuss the pending action in United States District Court titled Kent Jackson as personal representative for the state of Israel Williams versus City of Lawton. And we are not taking action in open session on this item, I do not believe.
I was
somebody's-
thinking we did have
Do we?
an option.
Did somebody get a motion
Didn't
for
we
that
have a
one?
motion on this?
For 34?
Where's Tim?
George got it. My
Oh.
motion is to clarify. Yes. that's
Oh,
all
he
the
had
motion
one declare, that's right. His was to clarify the date. That's right, okay.
Okay,
Sorry.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Motion, move to clarify that the First Amendment to the professional services agreement with the law firm of Steedley and Neal that was approved at the January 14th, 2025 council meeting shall have an effective date retroactive to January 8, 2025.
Is there a second?
Second.
Please vote. Motion carries 8-0. Item 35, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, the governing body convened an executive session to discuss possible pending action concerning a home program report received from U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, January 10th, 2025, and there is action to take in open session.
Okay, I make the motion, move to approve the directing the city manager to direct the finance department to transfer funds of $484,423.70 from the general fund to the appropriate housing fund and to respond to the home finding letter stating dated January 10th, 2025, stating that the funds will be transferred within the next 60 days.
Is there a second?
Second.
We do have a second. Please vote. One more. Motion carries 8-0. Item 36, John.
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, consider convening an executive session to discuss litigation in the case Donna L. Raitt versus City of Lawton and City of Lawton Public Works Administration, and we are taking action in open session.
That.
That was one that I thought was.
Oh, I thought the action was to appoint a council. There is no action to take in open session.
No action.
Sorry.
Okay, item 37.
Pursuant to Section 307B.4, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, consider convening an executive session to discuss a pending claim for potential litigation against the real property owners of the demolished nursing home, 1301 Northwest Andrews Avenue, and we are not taking action in open session on this one either, I believe.
Okay, item 38, John.
I don't know about this one. Pursuant to Section 307B.1, Title 25 Oklahoma statutes, consider convening, the governing body convening an executive session to review the employment of John Ratliff as city manager and in open session to take other action as necessary.
No action?
No action.
I have motion to adjourn. Motion and a second. Please call the roll.
Hankins. Smith.
Yes.
Chapman. Gill. Hampton. Uyghur. Williams.
Yes.
Warren.
All right, finished by 11. Take a vote. I was about to come up and get you guys.
I thought we had more motion.
No, I don't think so. I'll ask Eric tomorrow.